vinyl records and go over speed bumps slower. Of course. That was hilarious with the speed bump call, huh?
Yeah, I may repurpose that on social media tomorrow morning so the masses can hear all of that, the people who didn't hear it live. That guy's mad, and maybe he should just slow down, Lou and Aspinwall, when he goes over the speed bumps.
Yes, I can understand, potholes and everything, but I'm a medical expediter, and I also drive for Air Force, and I know they pop up a lot in neighborhoods. You just have to go over them slow, I know. Maybe they need to research and development. But I would go down to city council, which I'm not. I have no time because I work all the time. I'm not about the bus lanes in Oakland. I'm sure everybody else is, but the bikers just love it. So that's it. That's,
That's that. What do you think they're going to say to Lou when he tries to hand them his receipts for the damage to his 1991 or whatever it is, Malibu?
They're going to say slow down, and they're going to say Lou who?
I agree. They're going to tell him, we got no time for you. Honestly, we got zero time for you. We have time for Mike Tomlin we'll hear from before the show is out. Harbaugh in Baltimore fired just moments ago, so there's that. I do wonder how Tomlin takes that news. Not that we're going to hear from Tomlin after Harbaugh was fired, because Tomlin spoke earlier today, but I wonder if Tomlin's thinking, oh my gosh, you know what? They got rid of him. If I lose this game, can the Steelers get rid of me? I bet 1 and 1 doesn't make 2, and the 2 aren't intertwined at all. And Tomlin's probably safe because, well, he made the playoffs, and that's how the Steelers operate. But that does, if it was real, like the Steelers were an honest-to-goodness franchise and not so much worried about this longevity and not rocking the boat and all of that, it should give them a moment of pause and say, wow, if Baltimore can do this, why the heck can't we? Rick's on the road. Hi, Rick.
Hey, I wanted to call about the water situation on the airline.
Yeah, that story just came down the wire, and I played it and was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, I believe it's potable, not potable.
Well, I very much apologize for mispronouncing it, sir.
No problem.
That's all you got? Man, here's the thing. I wasn't going to be able to sleep. I've honestly, and I'm going to be real honest with you, I guess it is potable. It may be potable. That I don't know. If Rick on the road says it's potable and not potable, I'll take his word for it. And here's why. I've only ever seen that word written on the side of those tanker trucks. I've actually never heard it pronounced. So that's why I was saying it as I thought it was pronounced. I'm not above being corrected if the person correcting me is right. I don't know if they're right or wrong. But if they're right, I'll change it to potable. Bigger is this, though. There's no way I'd call a radio station and say, that guy mispronounced it. I'd just kind of go with it because you knew what I was saying. But here's the thing. In my defense, I've only ever read the word. I've never heard it pronounced. So if I did mispronounce it, Rick, I can't apologize enough. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. When you hear stories like that, though, like about the non-potable water on this airline, and they're telling you, this special interest group, don't drink any of the water on the airplanes. It's bacteria. It's ridiculous. It doesn't get tested. Do you take that for what it's worth? Or do you say, hey, they've got a vested interest in doing this for some reason. I'm going to go, when I get on that plane between Pittsburgh and LaGuardia, and it's like 58 minutes or an hour and 12 minutes or whatever it is, and it's 6 in the morning, and I've been up since 4 because I had to get to the airport super early. Man, I'm getting my cup of coffee on that plane. Or are you one of those travelers? Because I do know travelers like this. It doesn't matter if they're in Namibia or they're in Nebraska. They will only drink things that have been sealed and have a cap on them. They're like that. Me, I'm way different. Now, it's one thing to be in a foreign country. It's another thing to be in America. I'll drink tap water. I'll drink this on a plane. I'll drink that from whatever restaurant, whatever place. I know people, though, only bottled water. They want to take the cap off. It's crazy to me how careful they are. Now we have a debate on the text line. Rick is wrong. It's non-potable because you can't put it in a pot to cook or drink or use for human consumption. It's actually not that important to me, but it does bring up a very interesting topic. I've never heard that word pronounced until I either pronounced it correctly or mispronounced it, and then Rick in the car called and either pronounced it correctly or mispronounced it. Someone who never mispronounces words. He may use far too many, but he never mispronounces them, is Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin spoke a little bit earlier today, and as we always do on Tuesdays, we'll play a snippet from him coming up in just a little bit. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Genesis of Monroeville, Margot.
Thanks, Colin. Still looking at a problem area on 79 southbound, starting from the interchange where you get off from the Parkway West, and that will lead you all the way till Heidelberg with some brake lights. The Parkway East outbound, brake lights start around Technology Drive. The Parkway West outbound, bumper to bumper from 2nd Avenue. And both sides of 279 around the merge towards the Parkway West outbound are bumper to bumper. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Shufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Shufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
Hi, it's Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, every Saturday morning, 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Retirement planning doesn't have to be stressful. Each week on our radio show, On the Money, I'll guide you through topics like building retirement income plan, minimizing taxes, and protecting your hard-earned savings. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Let's make your retirement plan as simple and stress-free as possible. That's On the Money, where retirement planning meets peace of mind.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
KDK Radio News Desk. Look ahead what's happening. Top of the hour, Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul.
Colin, the entertainment industry has some big Pittsburgh news for us to share with you. Details coming up. Top of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, the breaking news, Harbaugh in Baltimore has been fired. So Mike Tomlin, I guess, essentially in a way, kind of, and the Pittsburgh Steelers and his own kicker and his old kicker who couldn't stay out of the massage parlors. All that clashing of circumstances got Harbaugh fired. So Tomlin goes into a playoff game Monday night against Houston. He spoke today in his requisite at his requisite news conference, as he generally does on Tuesdays. And, well, here's what he said.
With the lack of playoff success over the last 8 seasons, what would a win on Monday mean to this organization?
You know, it's not about the organization or myself. It's about this collective. And quite frankly, most of these men don't care about the last whatever years that you mentioned. Most of them are new to us. And so that's where my focus is. I'm certainly not going to, unpack my bags on the collector's bed, if you will. I'm excited about doing it and doing it this week with this collective.
One of the guys who has mentioned, though, that it means a lot to him is Cam Hayward, that he wants to join the guys like Brett Kiesel and Aaron Smith and make a run in the playoffs. What would it mean for a guy like him or the guys who have been around here a long time to end that streak?
I'll let him and TJ speak for themselves in that regard, but most of the others, the other 51, is less significant.
Looking back at the recent playoff games, the first quarter's been outscored by a lot. What have you guys learned looking back at that? Is there a trend or anything?
I don't know that I've analyzed it in that way. As I mentioned, man, so many of these guys don't share that experience, and so it's less relevant. I'm really just trying to put together a good plan for this collective in an effort to combat what we anticipate getting from Houston this week.
Have you had a chance to talk to DK yet, and where do you see him at mentally right now?
I think he's in a great place. I am. I know that he's happy to be back. He's happy to be in this tournament, and he's ready to go to work.
Mike, Cam said one of the things that he really appreciates that you do is how you choose and pick when, what pots to stir, what bears to poke throughout the week to get the right responses out of guys. How do you go about finding that week to week with who you want to kind of get under?
I think it's my job to provide individuals and the collective what it is they need, and so I don't know that I come in with a specific agenda. It's my job to listen and to watch and to do what's required for those people, and I think that's the spirit in which I go about it.
Mike, you mentioned the play of the defensive line on Sunday. Where have you seen Keanu specifically really take a step this year?
You know, I think he's whooping blocks and making tackles. There's a difference between being active and productive, and certainly he's athletic and active. And there's a lot about his profile that was really attractive, even dating back to draft evals. I love the heavyweight wrestler, for example, and he certainly was a formidable heavyweight wrestler in high school. Those guys generally are better conditioned than most men their size. They have an appetite for working through fatigue that's a little bit different than others. And so certainly he brings some of those things, but I just think there's been an increase in productivity. And certainly we love activity, but productivity trumps activity. And I think he's taken a big step this year in terms of productivity. He's got 5.5 sacks. He's coming off blocks in the run game and winning. shedding and tackling is a major component of run productivity. And I think his arrow pointed up for him in just about all areas of his game, which leads to more productivity.
Mike, after the game, the cameras caught a cool moment between you and Aaron Rodgers at midfield. Just what's the importance of the head coach-quarterback relationship, and how has that relationship grown or evolved throughout the season?
You know, it's very important because they're unique jobs. I think we got to be connected. There's a loneliness with leadership. There's a responsibility with leadership. And so I've just learned over the years to embrace that component of it, that we got to spend time together. We got to have an understanding, and certainly that's been a fun process with Aaron. It's been really fun because he has an appetite for it. He loves the process as much as he loves competing. He's got an awesome relationship with football. He's at the point in his career where he's really reflective and excited about giving back to the game and the young people in the game. And so it's fun to do that with him and help young guys like Will Howard advance in his career. And so it's been an enjoyable process, but certainly it's work. We respect it in that way. And certainly we respect the work that's in front of us this week in terms of leading.
All right, great stuff from Mike Tomlin. Little snippet from him. We'll be back tomorrow. Can't wait. Talk at 2 o'clock. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. Dedicated traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Margo.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at those major roadways. Still same story as heavy congestion backs up the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive. The Parkway West outbound slows you down around the County Jail, both sides of the Liberty Tunnel, inbound and outbound, continuing with those rush hour delays and rush hour delays on 79 southbound around the Heidelberg area. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice, because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, "Have a great trip," keep on saying, "You too." And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. Visit the country's largest travel booking show January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's a global travel extravaganza with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you.
I stopped smoking with Mark Patrick's hypnosis when nothing else worked. 1 year later, my wife Michelle and I attended the Mark Patrick Weight Loss Hypnosis Seminar. In 2 months, lost 43 pounds, and she lost 18 pounds.
And we feel great. Join Mark Patrick's Hypnosis, lose the weight, or stop smoking, only $59.99. Seminar Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 49 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. This being the first day on the job for new Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, the first action he took was to sign an executive order on permitting. O'Connor said it can take as little as 4 weeks to get a permit in New York, but here, permits can hit snags and delays.
So we're doing an executive order to, get answers quicker as to what the problem is and, hopefully get to a process where we have a deemed approval after a certain time.
Mayor O'Connor is calling on all city departments involved in permitting to review and streamline the process to help not only developers but also small businesses as well as homeowners. They're often the most vulnerable among us, Pennsylvania's elderly. And now Indiana County is one of the first chosen for a new program to provide expertise to develop a multi-pronged strategy to identify elder abuse. Indiana County Aging Services Director Janine Mouse says the program's working with experts from Weill Cornell Medicine will help address various types of abuse.
We applied for this project because in the past 5 years, we have had a 55% increase in elder abuse cases in Indiana County. These cases have become increasingly complex and now require deeper collaboration with a wide range of community partners.
State Representative Jim Strucy says protecting seniors is a big responsibility, not only for lawmakers, but society as a whole. Mystery solved. Social media had been abuzz today with people wondering why a helicopter landed in Point State Park. State police say they landed the helicopter at the park for about 8 minutes today, part of their prep work for the upcoming NFL draft. They called it a crucial step for public safety planning, learning the layout of the park and testing their communication. Local businesses are expecting a big bump in sales with the Steelers hosting their first playoff game in 5 years. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
At Coons Quality Foods, Frank Dantisi is expecting a 15 to 20% increase in sales as people buy finger foods, deli items, and more for viewing parties. And that's welcome news since January and February tend to be the slowest months of the year.
They're doing a lot of home cooking, but they're not having the parties. It's still kind of that layover from Christmas until we get into Lent. And so whenever you have these games, it actually, for our business, it helps out. It's a slower time for us.
He says if the Steelers keep on winning, Coons could see even more than 15 to 20% gains, saying the last time the team went to the Super Bowl, it was comparable to Christmas. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Instead of tossing out old Christmas trees, Washington County is putting them to work beneath the surface. Washington County Planning Director Jason Theakston tells KDKA Radio the project helps restore underwater habitats while keeping the fish population healthy. giving holiday trees a new purpose long after the holiday season ends.
There's a shelf life. It takes on water. It will start to deteriorate and rot. So eventually that'll break down and go back into the environment. Same thing with the wildlife piles that we would do. So eventually they break down and, basically turn into compost or mulch in the field.
Trees can be dropped off at Cross Creek County Park in Avella or Mingo Creek County Park in Finleyville through the 30th of January. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 484 points, the Nasdaq up 151, the S&P 500 up 42 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Several reports, including NFL insider Adam Schefter, that Baltimore Ravens have fired head coach John Harbaugh after 18 seasons and one Super Bowl victory. The Steelers beat the Ravens Sunday night when they missed a last-second field goal as time expired. The Ravens season was ended. Steelers hosted Houston Texans Monday night at Acrisure Stadium. First round of the playoffs, kickoff set for 8 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. Right now, it is cloudy and 48 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, 6:05 on a Tuesday night with your Pratt Packing from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Looking at those major roadways, starting to see rush hour delays start to die down, except on the Liberty Tunnel as you head outbound and the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive. Also still seeing some delays on the Parkway West outbound as you approach the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A bit of rain and drizzle tonight, the low in the upper 30s, mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow, high 43. Dry tomorrow night down to 33, and then sun giving way to clouds Thursday, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm John Fierk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here we go for a Tuesday night. Lots to get to with your Pratt Pack. I'll give you the rundown in a moment. But let's begin on page 1. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro spent the night at a metropolitan detention center in Brooklyn after a daring overnight U.S. military operation yanked him and his wife from the capital of Caracas over the weekend and brought them to New York to face narco-terrorism charges. Maduro and his wife pleaded not guilty and appeared defiant in their final court appearance, their latest court appearance, I should say, with the deposed leader claiming he is still president of my country. The Trump administration officials briefed lawmakers on the operation recently, facing largely enthusiastic Republican response, while the Democrats, as one would expect, are skeptical. Now, as far as the future of Venezuela, and will they have an election in the very near future, all of that stuff is up in the air. But I know one thing. That bad man is behind bars where he should be. And let me just say this to you, Mr. Maduro. If you think pushing and poking the bear is a good idea, maybe you better think again. Why? It didn't get you very far other than yanked, and that's the appropriate word, out of your country. So you better just, as my grandmother used to say, sta zit, in Italian, shut up. Mind your P's and Q's, throw yourself on the mercy of the court, and hope that it doesn't take long to get to a verdict so you can start serving your lengthy prison time. So if you ever hope to see your country, Venezuela, that you cared so much about, that you got your country into this mess with the United States in the first place and had to have the Delta Force land on your country's ground floor and snatch you in the middle of the night, I think you better just hope for nothing but mercy when it comes to the courts in America. But there's already been talk about how many of your soldiers, your security from Cuba, that military, lost their life. Well, let me just say that's sad. No one wants to see anyone die. But have you ever thought about how many people in this country have died because of drug overdoses and addiction issues, have lost everything, family, friends, careers, and yes, pretty much anything that they held near and dear to their heart, gone forever because of all of the drugs that have been polluting our country and destroying generation after generation after generation. So as far as I'm concerned, I could care less. But I can tell you this, the man in charge now is not going to go easy on anyone who was doing everything to destroy America. And as far as I'm concerned, American oil companies step up, apply within, get down there, start pumping the oil out of that ground, which is the largest oil supply anywhere in the world, and let America rejoice and celebrate that global economy and finally have an opportunity to get something out of it. I'm going to tell you right now, I am a firm believer that it is time now more than ever for us to start taking back what is rightfully ours. Let me go back to the Persian Gulf, Desert Storm. Norman Schwarzkopf wanted to go into Baghdad. Then George Herbert Walker Bush said, enough is enough, no more. 2% of the world's oil Saddam Hussein had. 2%. And when you look at the global picture, that's a lot. So what happens when that war is done and we risk life and limb to save that country from the dastardly doer himself, Saddam Hussein, who met his fate on the end of a rope? They gave all that oil and the licensing and the ability to reap what was in the ground to another country. And we just simply sat back and said, hey, that's okay. Oh, woe is me. Can you imagine how many weeks, months, and years we would have made money in America and we would have not been dealing with this energy crunch that continues to cripple us? People wouldn't be driving across state lines to get a cheaper price when it comes to gasoline. This is the United States of America. It began in the early 80s when we started selling ourselves short, selling off our employees, selling off our businesses, and selling off our birthright industry. Everything from some of the larger superpowers, and they know who they are, to these small, really non-existent third world countries that would have nothing if it wasn't for the stuff that we gave them. And ever since that thing that is known as NAFTA with Mr. Clinton and company, his administration 30 years ago, all we do is simply write checks for people for things that we could be doing here in America, and those checks usually bounce all the way to the bank because we have no money left in America. So what the president is trying to do, trying to get us a Green Deal, and I'm not just talking Greenland, I'm talking cash on the line, and not by green energy, but by American ingenuity and sweat equity. Rolling up our sleeves, getting dirt under our fingernails, and getting back to work in America. And oh, yes, by the way, to any of our trading partners, if you want to continue to do business with us, you're going to have to come to American soil and build some of your factories here. And oh, yes, by the way, you're going to have to hire American workers because what's good for you is good for us. It's time now to look at the global economy and the big picture. And as far as the oil in Venezuela, I hope every blue chip American-made oil company that has refineries around the world simply says, let's get some boots on the ground with hard hats on our head and take our lunch because it's going to be a whole lot of time on the job because there's a lot of money to reap. Yes, reap the benefits. It's time to make America, in his words, great again. I love it. I love it. You know what? I think we should basically start taking back anything that is rightfully ours. And here's the other thing. Why is it that we had to give all of our rights and ingenuity and blueprints in the steel industry and other manufacturing to people from around the world? We have people in this country that can work, but we have become so lazy with what goes on, that thought process between our ears, that we simply say, oh, America will figure it out. America will work it out. Listen, if it wasn't for the government, a lot of people would have no food, have no health care, have no unemployment checks. But I can tell you right now, you take those three and let an individual earn it on their own paycheck, their own food, and more importantly, getting their health care because of the employer that is happy to have them because they're doing the job. It comes down to self-worth. You look in the mirror, you feel better about yourself. You actually want to make a difference. All I know, the America that I love, it's more about the land of opportunity as opposed to the land of handouts. It's all got to stop. This has been a recipe for disaster that's been going on since Richard Milhouse Nixon left on Marine One in disgrace and resigned the presidency. We've resigned ourselves to believe that we can't do any better in America. Well, we can. And this president, you know what he's going to do? Not only did he snatch and yank out of that country, that dictator and his beloved bride, but he's now going to enter that country with a lot of people who understand oil, who happen to represent some of the major oil companies that we're familiar with because they are a part of America. Isn't it funny? Everything that's old is new again. Just like they were drilling back in the day Standard Oil in Titusville/Oil City, Pennsylvania, maybe now we're going to get a chance to do some drilling of our own in another country. And listen, Venezuela's got as much, if not more, than even Saudi Arabia. The problem is price and demand. He was trying to control that, too, after he kicked these American companies out after they paid the freight. I love when he pushes back because that's just one more little notch in the belt of Donald Trump. And this man's going to continue to take a beating for a very long time to come unless he doesn't come to his senses. All right, want to remind everyone a couple of things before we get to the traffic. When the weather turns bad, turn to KDKARadio.com for up-to-the-minute news, weather, and traffic information from the KDK Radio Storm Center, brought to you by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light, only on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. And don't forget, NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows. A click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. 6:15. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Multiple crews are responding to an accident on the 400 block of Windstone Drive in Pine Township. Taking a look at the major roadways as you continue making your commute home. Still seeing a small delay on the Parkway East outbound. That'll slow you down around the bend at Bates. And the Parkway West outbound has congestion as it is trying to merge with congestion from 279, and they both make their way into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Have some exterior home improvement problems and just don't know who to call? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all on the same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Selling your home shouldn't be stressful or take months to do. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, you skip the showings and repairs and get right to the closing table. For a quick, fair cash offer, visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
All right, 20 minutes inside of 6. Let's get the latest news. Here is Paul Alexander.
Rob, thank you very much. A mystery arrival at Point State Park. What was going on? Details coming up. Bottom of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute because new car sticker prices are the highest ever, averaging about $50,000. Edmunds.com says about 1 in 5 new car buyers are paying more than $1,000 a month on their auto loans. And some of those loans are stretched to 6 or even 7 years. More big gains today on Wall Street and fresh record closing highs for the Dow and the S&P 500, thanks to continued demand for everything related to AI. The Dow today up 485 points, a 1% gain. The Nasdaq up 151, the S&P adding 43, gains of 0.2% each. Sales at Ford rose by 6% last year, its best annual jump in sales since 2019. The F-150, the nation's best-selling vehicle for the 44th year in a row. And the U.S. Mint has begun circulating the first of 5 new quarters celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S., starting with a coin celebrating the Mayflower Compact, out right now. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
I love that story about Ford. Good stuff. All right, you know, when you think of Ford, you think of Henry Ford. And that's still one of my most exhilarating entrepreneurial stories of all time. And that's one of the reasons why I have called Elon Musk the modern-day Henry Ford. Hey, we'll have more on this in a little bit because I want to get some of these calls. If you folks want to jump in here, feel free. 866-391-1020. Michael Reagan, the eldest son of former President Ronald Reagan, dies at 80. We'll talk more about him in a little bit. But he did such a great job as a conservative talk show host. Really one of the first to put his name on the map. And he was there with, you know, when Mr. Limbaugh and them were doing his thing. But he was kind of one of the early people at it. And he had a big name and obviously, you know, big shoes to fill. His father was a great president. Many people believe that, including me. Some things I didn't agree with that I found out later, especially when it came to the steel industry. But for the most part, a really good president. And his son, very eloquent, did a great job as a public speaker, did a lot with the Reagan Library. So Michael Reagan, the oldest son of Ronald Reagan, has died at the age of 80. All right, here's Phil in Homewood. He wants to jump in here and talk a little Venezuela with me. Go ahead, Phil.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Welcome to KDKA.
Yes, sir. I just want to say this president went over there to a sovereign country, snatched this leader, knocked him up, did damage with our military, and put them in jeopardy. And Donald Trump doesn't do anything unless it's going to benefit him. And what your listeners need to know and understand is oil is sold on the open market. It doesn't go into anywhere. We don't even have a place to really store oil because we are the largest oil producing countries in the world. So he's going over there. He's going to make money like he always makes money. I'm not sure where the admiration for this is coming from. I'm not sure why people think that there's always a military solution. But you seem to fawn over this guy when he does stuff like this. But you mentioned that Venezuelans that lost their lives for no reason other than to please this man. I never heard anybody mentioning those. There was a severe loss of life. And now, how are we going to run a country and give them billions of dollars when our own people, he can't run this country?
Well,
I
know. Let me just jump in here. I gave you a little bit of time, Phil. First off, the guy's a drug dealer. All right. A lot of people have died even in this community because of some of the illegal drugs that have been being pumped into this country and into our region because of these cartels. By the way, waterway drugs coming into this country illegally, down 85%. And yes, sadly, you don't want to see anybody lose their life, but the people that lost their life were those guarding this guy, the members of the Cuban military, and they could have had a chance to basically lay down their weapons and run. Look, I don't want to see anybody go to war. And the president has already said, we're not at war with Venezuela. We had an issue with this guy. He was indicted. Listen, a grand jury does not indict you unless they have good cause and evidence. And believe me, they knew what the ramifications were involved here. So they must have had a big reason to indict him. And he is no longer there. And explain this to me, Phil. Why is it that so many people from Venezuela who've been really out of that country because of his leadership for the last 10 years are cheering that the fact that he's out of office? Even people in Venezuela are holding parties and parades in the downtown that is Caracas, Venezuela, as we speak. Why are so many people happy that he's gone?
Because he was a tyrant, like you said. But this will not stem the flow of drugs one iota because he left the drug gang in place. And there was civilian loss of life also. And why?
I'm not disputing that. Hey, listen, anytime you have Delta Force go in 100 planes, somebody's going to die.
He's blowing up, but there's no reason. There's no reason for us to attack him. He's blowing up boats, to call him a suspect, killed 2 men that were hanging on for dear life. And now he just goes in and invades a country and kills people, and you're cheering him on.
Well, I'm simply saying I'm tired of people dying from illegal drugs. And this is a war on drugs. And you said it yourself. This guy was a tyrant, Phil. He needed to go. Listen, I got to get to a break. Call me again. Love to hear from you. Anybody else want to jump in on this? Look, this guy was a bum. And you know he was a bum. He was no good. And he was throwing it in the face, calling the president a coward. You know how many times the United States, from Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, all of these ragtag dictators, even Fidel Castro back in the day, that we've let them spit in our face. We've let them just mock us and make fun of us and put us down. This is the United States of America, where many people have spilled their blood through 2 world wars, Vietnam, Afghanistan. Hey, we even had that civil war in this country in which people died for what they believed in. When are we going to actually stand up for the American citizens, and especially giving us a chance to finally get back what we rightfully own? Our decency and respect and attitude. When are we going to get some of that back, that momentum going in our favor? America is splintered. It's fractured at the seam. And the reason, because we have simply let it happen. The things that this president is doing now, we should have been doing over the last 20, 30, 40 years. But the American people, oh no, we have to be the big brother to everyone. We have to have the helping hand out at all times because that's who we are in America. We got to start worrying about our own backyard. We got to start worrying about the American people. We got to start putting ourselves first, or there will be no America in 300 years. 866-391-1020. Your Pat Pack. More on the death of Ronald Reagan's oldest son, Michael, former conservative talk show host. He has passed away at the age of 80. We'll give you more on that right after the news at 6:30 with Paul.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, Mount Lebanon hosts Imani Christian Academy, presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Cloudy and 49 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Mystery solved. Social media had been buzzing all day about people wondering why a helicopter landed in Point State Park. State police say they landed the helicopter at the park for about 8 minutes today, part of their prep work for the upcoming NFL draft in April. They call it a crucial step for public safety planning, learning the layout of the park and testing their communication. It's been 5 years since the Steelers hosted a playoff game, which could mean a big boost for other businesses. News Radio KDK's David Botterato has more.
January typically means a lull for home parties as people recover from the holidays. But at Coons Quality Markets, Frank Dentisi says Steeler playoff games usually mean a 15 to 20% spike in sales.
Well, a lot of people will go over to our delis for the lunch meats and salads, and snack foods tend to be the most popular as well. Tortilla chips, all the different dips, finger foods. That's what people usually grab.
He says a Monday night game actually helps since that will come after a weekend of get-togethers to watch the other playoff games. The rain is in the forecast for the weekend. Dentisi says it may mean some people will put off their visits, but they'll still see that 15 to 20% gain. David Botterato, News Radio, KDKA.
The Mayor of Kingstown, starring Jeremy Renner, will be shooting its 5th and final season in Pittsburgh. There will be 8 episodes in that final season of the hit series. Much of the Paramount thriller is filmed in southwestern Pennsylvania and in the Pittsburgh area. Season 4 generated $95 million in the Pittsburgh region's economy, according to the Pittsburgh Film Office. The highly anticipated return of the HBO Max show The Pit, starring Noah Wiley and Allegheny General Hospital, returns this week. To celebrate Season 2's premiere on January the 8th, Warner Brothers treated the emergency staff at AGH to breakfast snacks and beverages this morning. On the menu was hot and iced coffee, pastries, bagels, and more. Nominations now open for the Pittsburgh Walk of Fame class of 2026. They will join the 10 Pittsburghers inducted last year that include names like Michael Keaton, Fred Rogers, and Andy Warhol. Nominations are now open through January 30th at 5 o'clock. There are only 2 criteria that each nominee needs to meet. The Pittsburgh Walk of Fame says they must have been born in or have spent their formative creative years in the 10-county Pittsburgh region, commonly known as southwestern Pennsylvania. Their accomplishments must have had a national impact on America's cultural heritage. The first class of Pittsburgh was immortalized last fall in front of the terminal in the Strip District. You can find all the details at kdkradio.com. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 484 points, the Nasdaq up 151, the S&P 500 up 42 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Baltimore Ravens have fired head coach John Harbaugh. He was there for 18 years and won a Super Bowl. When the Steelers host the Texans Monday night in their playoff game, DK Metcalf will be back after serving a 2-game suspension. He's pretty happy about that.
I'm excited as hell to be back in the building around my teammates, being in meetings, going to practice.
Metcalf repeatedly said he was not at liberty to talk about the incident with the Detroit fan that led to that suspension. KDK Radio News Time at 6:32. Our next update at 7. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
The IPO market is expected to perk up in 2026 with some big names considering their stock market debuts. Investment bank Barclays is forecasting that 2026 will see the biggest IPO action in 4 years, with the market dominated by companies worth around $10 billion, with a trend toward even larger deals. High-profile firms like SpaceX and OpenAI are reportedly thinking of going public in 2026. I'm Jason Brooks.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
6:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Getting a report for multiple crews still on the scene of an accident on the 400 block of Windstone Drive in Pine Township. Those other major roadways, rush hour delays are starting to pretty much clear out, except a tiny delay on the Parkway East outbound right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A little bit of rain and drizzle for tonight. The low in the upper 30s. Mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow. High 43. Patchy clouds tomorrow night, low 33. And then sun giving way to some clouds Thursday, high 52. More rain possible Friday. For AccuWeather, I'm John Fierk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Staples.
It's a new year, and Staples has fresh deals to get you fully equipped for 2026. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. This deal means business, and so do these printers. Shop in store and online today. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my sister Sarah. I have such great memories of the holidays growing up. My mom always made everything festive and special. As a little boy, I so wanted to give her gifts, but of course I had no money to buy anything. So I would go into my mom's closet, take some of her clothes off the hangers, put them into boxes and wrap them as best I could. We all laugh about it now. It's one of my mom's favorite stories to tell. She'd open up a package that I had carefully wrapped and find her very own pair of pants. She'd hug me and exclaim, "Oh, Lester, I absolutely love these." Of course she did. She'd been wearing them for the last 5 years. But my heart would be filled with the joy of giving, even though I was giving her back what was already hers. This holiday season, we wish you the joy of being with the people you love and the happiness that comes with giving. Visit us at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard from the Big K Morning Show. Join us tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. In our 7 o'clock hour, we'll connect with Rich Fitzgerald, find out what's happening in 2026 around the region.
Yeah, man, it's going to be Wednesday already. Where did this week go? It seems like we just get started and it's midweek already. Anyway, before I go right to the phones and literally within moments, I want to mention about Michael Reagan. I had a chance to interview him years ago. Really a class act. The son of former President Ronald Reagan and actress Jane Wyman has died at the age of 80. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute announced in a statement released from Simi Valley, California today. Reagan was a conservative author, nationally syndicated radio talk show host, and frequent public speaker who spent decades actively defending and promoting his father's legacy through close involvement with the Reagan Library Foundation. Listen, he was great on the air. I don't know how many of you remember him, but he was probably one of the most common sense conservative host in general that I've ever listened to. He never got his dander up. He never shouted at people. He accepted, that there were some that would totally disagree with him. And I got to tell you, being the son of Ronald Reagan, who had an incredible movie and television career and became the president of the United States 2 terms and is still loved by so many, Reaganomics and where we were at that time, of course, the hostages and how they were released shortly after Jimmy Carter exited and he entered. I mean, the guy was larger than life. I mean, he was like the cowboy with the white hat that would ride into town and save everybody, right? But this young man, who was young at the time, decided to go down that path and follow in his father's footsteps, but not as a politician, but as a talk show host and syndicated. He was everywhere. I mean, this was before we had satellite stuff and all the things, the streaming that we have now. And, nobody had YouTube channels or anything, but you'd be driving down the road late at night, channel surfing, and there he was. And he was captivating. And he was really good at what he did. And he took calls and he would engage callers. And I always found that fascinating because some of the hosts of that era, people like the great Rush Limbaugh, got away from taking calls. And, I've heard people say, look, to have a good talk show, you don't necessarily need calls. I, on the other hand, believe you have to be prepared, but you want to have a place for people to voice their opinion, and you don't want everybody agreeing with you. And that's what made him so good. And he really was out there on a high wire with no safety net because, he's Ronald Reagan's son. And he could have flopped miserably. But he didn't. And he was a really talented talk show host, very clear thinker and precise and understood about being conservative, what it meant to be. But he wasn't so right-wing that it was always his way or no way. So Michael Reagan, where the years go, I don't know. And it's kind of hard to wrap your brain around that he was 80 years of age when he passed away. But a good guy, good experience interviewing him, and I really admired his talent from afar for a very long time. All right, here's John. He's out driving around, and we want to get him on the air. John, go ahead. You're on KDKA.
Hey, I agree with you about Michael Reagan. He was a great guy to listen to. But about Venezuela, and I'll make this quick. The drugs and the activity in the water, getting the boats, that is actually a side benefit to what really was going on. The call to go in and get Maduro was the Pentagon's, and it was the Pentagon's because of the facts on the ground. China and Russia have taken over Venezuela's ability to mine and distribute rare earth. We need rare earth. We need all those minerals for defense. Missiles, guidance, ships, and the makeup of the vessels that hold those items all depend on those minerals and that rare earth stuff that Venezuela has massive amounts of, and China had taken over the ability and the distribution of those items. The Pentagon made the call. The Pentagon made the call. Trump approved it, and that's literally the way it goes. The drugs are terrible, and they have been funding this operation to get the rare earths and the minerals out of that country. China had just about monopolized the purchase of those items too. So it was clearly a defense position. Thank goodness we've done it. And thank goodness that we have the ability to now hopefully allow for equitable distribution of those items.
Well, let me tell. No, don't hang up yet. Don't hang up, John. I want to just little give and take here.
Go ahead.
This is how I look at it. Politicians in this country, especially running for president, have been so worried about not getting votes and going against the grain.
Absolutely.
Against the grain, and we have just given everything away that made America great the first time. Well, this is a president who's saying, look, I'm one term and I'm done. I'm going to do it my way as though I was running this as a business, and you cannot survive the way we've been doing business. This stuff that he's doing now should have been happening 30 years ago, maybe even longer than that. We have to start taking back what's rightfully ours, and more importantly, stop from giving our wonderful opportunity that is still here in this country with manufacturing away. No more excuses. It's now or never. America's got to put America first again, and that's exactly what this guy's doing.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. There's no question. The problem is the American people, almost half of us, can't see that, and then so you come up with these protests or call-ins, or you come up with all these things. Oh, the poor guy hanging off the boat. Wait a minute. They're not poor guys. The poor people.
They're drug dealers. They're drug dealers.
Exactly. And the Venezuelan citizens have suffered for years under Maduro and the regimes that are siding with our enemies. We can't have our enemies in the Western Hemisphere.
Listen, I'm gonna just leave you with this, and we'll pick up open talk later tonight. We got a lot of guests, but we have a lot of room for open talk. I'm just going to tell you this: it's a war on drugs, and if years ago we would have had military intervention and gone after some of these cartel leaders, because they basically have taken over these countries. They're running the government, they're running the military, they're running the prison systems, they're killing people and getting away with it. If we would have went after them militarily, we wouldn't have lost as many lives, and we wouldn't have turned into a cesspool in some of our major cities because of drugs. It would have ended it right here and now. What he's doing might be the best thing that we can do, not just there, but other places around the world where we have proof that these cartels are bringing massive amounts of illegal drugs into our country. The only way you stop them is by using your military, because once again, John, it's a war on drugs.
Oh, absolutely. And that will stop the flow of money. And that's where you hit them.
Sounds good. John, good stuff. Appreciate the call. All right, let's get to the traffic. 645. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Getting a report for an accident on the 400 block of Clairton Boulevard in West Mifflin, an accident on Bennett Street and Brushton Avenue in the city, and crews still on the scene of an accident on the 400 block of Windstone Drive in Pine Township. Those other major roadways are mostly smooth sailing, besides a tiny delay on the outbound side of the Liberty Tunnel and Bridge, and tunnel traffic after the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway east outbound, but nothing that will slow you down too much. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
All right, coming up on 10 before the top of the hour, out to the news desk with today's headlines. Here's Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, thank you very much. First day on the job for new mayor Corey O'Connor. He got some things done already. Details coming up. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Yeah, he looks good in those mayor's shoes out there walking through the city of Pittsburgh. Really good stuff. All right, Paul, we'll check back with you at 7. Let's get the latest now. Money news, Bloomberg Money Minute Report, Bloomberg Radio, KDK Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. 1 year after those devastating Los Angeles area wildfires, some of the nation's biggest banks, Wells Fargo, J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and U.S. Bancorp, have agreed to extend mortgage relief for victims, giving them another 90 days of forbearance. There's an estimated $11 billion in outstanding mortgage debt from those fires. On Wall Street, fresh record closing highs today for the Dow and the S&P 500, thanks mostly to renewed optimism about AI stocks. And as investors brushed off worries about what's next in Venezuela, the Dow shot up 485 points. That's a 1% gain. The Nasdaq up 151. The S&P was up 43, gains of 0.2% each. The self-driving auto systems company Mobileye is acquiring the Israeli startup Menti Robotics to develop humanoid robots. That deal valued at $900 billion. And just in time for Valentine's Day, its busiest day of the year, Victoria's Secret will unveil its latest lingerie and loungewear collection tomorrow. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yeah, nothing more interesting than all the men that are in Victoria's Secret before Valentine's Day, right? Getting all of those wonderful gifts for the significant other. A lot of memories doing that stuff for sure. Now, listen, I got a couple of other things that I want to bring up here tonight before we get ready to welcome a couple of guests coming up next hour, including after the news at 7. I'm going to try to do a little bit tonight and a little bit tomorrow to kind of keep us in that football frame of mind. First time in 5 years, we got a home game, millions of dollars going to be pumping into our economy because the Steelers taking on Houston Monday night. We're going to be joined by the head football coach, Duquesne University, Jerry Schmidt, who spent the entire season with us on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. We're going to get him in here and give him a chance to talk a little X and O's as far as the game is concerned, get his thoughts on the big football story trending in the last couple of hours. John Harbaugh, after 18 years, is out as the head coach in Baltimore. And Adam Schefter, who's really one of the best, the ESPN, following up on that news earlier, now saying, and I couldn't agree with him more, he's got to be the top candidate for the Mara family in New York. I mean, it'd be good for him. Different conference, different place, young quarterback, Malik Neighbors coming back, great wide receiver, Scatterboo, that teammate that Jackson Dart really became very friendly with. They had a good chemistry going there. So, hey, we'll see. But I think that he right now has to be the odds-on favorite to get that job with the New York Giants. So we're going to talk to Jerry Schmidt. And then a guy who has just done extremely well in the business of being an entrepreneur, Slice on Broadway. It's a great pizza pie location. From Carnegie to Wexford to Robinson Township. Lucatina, the new Italian restaurant in Carnegie next to the pizza place in Carnegie, getting ready to lift off. You know, I don't think people realize how many people love pizza, but especially pizza and football, and it's going to be a record night for pizza shops and grocery stores like Coons Market because of this game. And if they continue to roll to the big game, it's kind of like Christmas in, the early part of 2026. But every playoff game means millions for the city and millions in revenue. So we're going to talk to him about how it really does move the meter when it comes to football time, especially our Steelers and pizza. Slice on Broadway's Rico Lenardi will be be here, my buddy, right after the news at 7:30. 8 o'clock, more on this Venezuela situation and why I think what the president did was the right thing. We're going to talk to Melissa Hart, former Congresswoman. She's going to drop by, and we're going to spend a little bit of time with her after local news at 8. Now, something else. Vacation begins here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel, January 23rd through the 25th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. There's exclusive discounts, convenient one-stop shopping, Dream It, Plan It, Book It experience, tickets, and details at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. This is an amazing event. I mean, I've been doing it since the jump. We'll be down there with the Talking Travel Show on Saturday, a 2-hour edition from 11 to 1. And a lot of my morning programming will originate from there as well, too. Pittsburgh Works like MediConnect, True Value. So we're really excited about it. And what people can do is they get a chance to go to these destination theaters where you have some of the best talking about different destinations and all the things that AAA does in their offices, these wonderful brick and mortar locations throughout the area. You can do it all right there. If you don't have a membership, it doesn't matter. You're still invited. But if you want to get a membership, you can do that. Passport information, TSA, Department of Motor Vehicle, all of that stuff. But you can also get incredible discounts when it comes to, well, those once-in-a-lifetime trips that you thought maybe weren't possible. With the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, they can make the impossible become possible. So I hope to see you all down there. Of course, it's January 23rd, 24th, 25th. Get out of the cold and warm up with some fun over that 3-day period at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. And I'm going to say this again, Corey, the new mayor, he was walking through downtown and had the entourage, all the people with him, Andy Sheehan at his side, getting all these questions answered and stuff. Just really good stuff. One of the things that's really great in Pittsburgh, and they never get enough credit, and any chance I have to give them credit, I will. The David L. Lawrence Convention Center, the Home and Garden Show will be there in just a couple of weeks as well. It's the best venue anywhere, and I've done a lot of these venues. I've done a lot of appearances, a lot of remote broadcasting. I've covered everything in the way of sporting events. That event is incredible for sure, but the place that they have it in, the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, the employees are second to none. Easy access, in and out. Plenty of parking in and around, and there's also all sorts of incredible things to do around it. So you want to make a day of it. You want to come into Pittsburgh, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You want to get some good eats inside the convention center. And this is really spacious, and you get a chance to see all of these wonderful places all wrapped up into the convention center. Places that, Italy, Ireland, cruising, river cruising, traditional cruising. It's just amazing. And you can get in on some great stuff, too, so like some luggage and all sorts of great gifts. So I really hope to see you there. Get your tickets. They're going to go fast. And again, PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. It is going to be happening January 23rd, 24th, 25th. As we like to say, dream it, plan it, book it. It is a who's who of the travel industry. And of course, your friends from AAA East Central and all the folks that do the show with me, well over 3 decades, still going strong every single Saturday. Alicia Maisel, Andrea Benacki, Caitlin Seigan, Christine Zapp. So really, really, Marita Williams, looking forward to it. And Marita's going to be here this Saturday, and we're going to have some more promotion as well, because we really want you to come down. And again, you don't have to be a member. I think you're going to want to be a member if you're not. And if you've let it lapse, this is a good excuse to get down there and renew that membership. And here's the great thing about this membership that a lot of people lose sight of. That little piece of plastic that you carry, okay? It's the only piece of plastic on you that's actually going to pay you money. You can go to buy at the outlets to buy clothes. You just show that card and save. You pull into a Shell gas station, you want to save a little bit of money as far as per gallon, you show that card. You go into a restaurant, before you kind of look at the menu, hey, by the way, and you're going to be shocked more times than not, that little card's going to save you money there as well. But the best thing about it, crazy weather like we've been having, you don't want to get stuck in the snow, flat tire, battery goes down. That card will get you home. So there you have it. It's the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase. Dream it, plan it, book it. January 23rd, 24th, and 25th. So next hour, we're going to digress a little bit, have a little bit of fun before we get back to some of the major issues in the news, because we're excited about this football game coming up Monday in Pittsburgh. Jerry Schmidt, head coach of the Duquesne Dukes, will drop by. And also Rico Lenardi, Lucatina, that Italian restaurant everybody's waiting for in Carnegie in about a month, and also Slice on Broadway. Pizza, football, they do go hand in hand, do they not? Paul's next with the news. It's your Pratt Pack on a Tuesday night at KDKA. Good evening.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 49 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. New Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor's first full day in the job included signing an executive order to address the city's permit process. O'Connor said the order calls on all city departments involved with issuing permits to review and streamline that process.
You know, when major cities like New York can get you a permit in 4 weeks, you know, why can't we? And it's not just for developers or big companies. It's actually for small businesses and neighbors.
Mayor O'Connor wants applicants to get answers about permit problems more quickly and approvals by a certain amount of time. They're often the most vulnerable among us, Pennsylvania's elderly. And now Indiana County is one of the first chosen for a new program that provides expertise to develop a multi-pronged strategy to identify elder abuse. Indiana County Aging Services Director Janine Moust says the program's working with experts from Weill Cornell Medicine will help address the various types of abuse.
We applied for this project because in the past 5 years, we have had a 55% increase in elder abuse cases in Indiana County. These cases have become increasingly complex and now require deeper collaboration with a wide range of community partners.
State Representative Jim Struzzi says protecting seniors is a big responsibility, not only for lawmakers, but society as a whole. It's been 5 years since the Steelers have hosted a playoff game, which could mean a big boost for other businesses. News Radio KDKA's David Bolarado has more.
January typically means a lull for home parties as people recover from the holidays. But at Coons Quality Markets, Frank Dentisi says Steeler playoff games usually mean a 15 to 20% spike in sales.
Well, a lot of people will go over to our delis for the lunch meats and salads, and snack foods tend to be the most popular as well. Tortilla chips, all the different dips, finger foods. That's what people usually grab.
He says a Monday night game actually helps since that will come after a weekend of get-togethers to watch the other playoff games. The rain is in the forecast for the weekend. Dentisi says it may mean some people will put off their visits, but they'll still see that 15 to 20% gain. David Colorado News Radio, KDKA.
Mystery solved. Social media was abuzz today with people wondering why a helicopter landed in Point State Park. State police say they landed the helicopter at the park for about 8 minutes today, part of their prep work for the upcoming NFL draft in April. He called it a crucial step for public safety planning, learning the layout of the park and testing their communication. Instead of tossing out old Christmas trees, Washington County is putting them to work beneath the surface. Washington County Planning Director Jason Theakston says the project helps restore underwater habitats while keeping fish populations healthy, giving holiday trees a new purpose long after the season ends.
There's a shelf life. It takes on water. It will start to deteriorate and rot. So eventually that'll break down and go back into the environment. Same thing with the wildlife piles that we would do. So eventually they break down and, basically turn to compost or mulch in the field.
Trees can be dropped off at Cross Creek County Park in Avella or Mingo Creek County Park in Finleyville through January 30th. KDKA Sports. A former Super Bowl champion fired on the NFL's Black Monday. And also, that is the Steelers' last opponent. He was also let go when the Baltimore Ravens fired head coach John Harbaugh after 18 seasons and a Super Bowl victory. They, of course, lost to the Steelers on Sunday night. When the Steelers host the Texans on Monday night in their playoff game, DK Metcalf will be back after serving a 2-game suspension.
I'm excited as hell to be back in the building around my teammates, being in meetings, going to practice.
Metcalf repeatedly said he was not able to talk about the incident with that Detroit fan that led to the suspension. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A bit of rain and drizzle tonight, the low in the upper 30s, mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow, high 43. Dry tomorrow night down to 33, and then sun giving way to clouds Thursday, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm John Fierk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Is somebody in the family fighting a cold? Pick up a bottle of Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, bacteria, and viruses that are flourishing this time of year. Sniper is available at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com.
As I said, right through this week, we're going to do a little football because everybody's thinking football because of the big game Monday night, and no one knows it better than this guy. He is the head football coach, Duquesne University. You heard him all season on the Coos Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. He's Coach Jerry Schmidt. Coach, thanks for doing this, and I guess it's not just harsh for players, but when you're John Harbaugh and you spend 18 years with Baltimore and you win the championship and it comes down to 60 minutes, they simply say, I think we've had enough. Boy, that's still surreal to think that this guy's been let go after such what I believe will be a first ballot Hall of Fame career in Baltimore. Good evening.
Good evening, Rob. You know, it's funny. I just saw that come across my phone. I've been working so much all day, and it was a shock to me to see that. He's done such a great job for so many years and been consistently at the top of the conference and top of the league. It's a tough one. For he and his family, and for the Ravens, and I'm sure a bunch of fans.
Listen,
it's a tough profession.
It is, but I can tell you one thing: he won't be out of work long if he wants to coach. And I believe, like many in the biz, he's become the front runner now to take over the job with the New York Giants. I mean, think about it: young quarterback Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors going to be healthy again, an incredibly talented wide receiver, and a hard-nosed football player, Scadaboo, coming back. And the one thing that they all have in common: they're young, and no one coaches up better young talent than John Harbaugh. So this, in the long run, might be a win-win for him.
It might be. He does a great job of developing young guys and putting together a team to build throughout the season. I've always been very, very impressed, although, he's a Steelers opponent. I've always, as a coach, been very impressed with the way he operates, the way he handles himself, and the way his team plays with such physicality. And they're prepared, and those Steeler games, they're battling every game. It goes back and forth, and they stay in the moment and they keep playing hard. And sometimes, you get some bad breaks. That's why I said the game of football, the ball's not round. It doesn't always bounce the right way or go through the goalposts the right way, and that's what makes it such an exciting sport.
Before we talk about our Steelers, any thoughts on this college football playoff that's down to 4? Man, it's been a very interesting ride, and to think that the SEC is where? I mean, it's pretty interesting to what has happened, and obviously name, image, and likeness, transfer portal, and that guy by the name of Mendoza has been a big reason why, and Mr. Signetti, too, as far as his Pennsylvania roots. Some thoughts as we head into the Final Four, if you will.
Yeah, it's been so exciting, as you see some of the SEC teams, the powerhouses that are in it year after year, and they get knocked off, and you see other programs growing and doing a great job. It's been very, very exciting football season, not only college but obviously some NFL games, and so the college football playoff has generated a new excitement to the end of the season here. I don't know if you caught last night, the FCS championship game was a game that went overtime. And I was watching that game. I said, what is going on? Because, Monday night we saw the Steelers and we saw a couple kicks that didn't go through. And then in that game, at the end of regulation, there was a kick blocked to win the game, and then in overtime there was a field goal or an extra point blocked. So if I'm a kicker right now, I'm a little bit concerned moving forward.
Yeah, let's go now to the Steeler victory. Listen, it came down to a 44-yarder that the rookie just couldn't make, and Chris Boswell, who's been nothing but automatic, misses a extra point before that. So it's just a game of inches, and sometimes it just doesn't, as you said, the ball doesn't bounce your way. And that could have went to anyone that game. But I still think the thing that I took away from it the most, without DK Metcalf, it's nice to have Aaron Rodgers, even at 42, in your locker room. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, my heavens. You just watch the way he operates, and, he's operating in that game with as much calm and cerebral process as he would be if he was just relaxing on a golf course, in the off season. You can tell his mind is going, but he doesn't let any part of the game or where it's at get him nervous or worry about it. He just is looking to make plays and direct what's interesting is you watch the way he directs the entire offense. Sometimes even using his knowledge and experience in talking to the offensive coaches on the sideline and his opinion, and you have to value it. It's just great to watch the way he operated, through the end of the season here. And as Coach Tomlin said, that's why he's there, is to win games at the end.
All right, so let's talk about some aspects of the game and get some of your coaching thoughts. So Aaron Rodgers, the offensive line, is going to have to neutralize the Texans' ferocious pass rush. DeMeco Ryans' defense in Houston has been lights out, and he being a defensive star in his own right and a defensive coach prior to becoming a head coach, one of the reasons why they're so good. The thing that I think a lot of people don't realize, and correct me if I'm wrong, he may be 42, but he actually likes teams that come fast and furious and blitz. Aaron Rodgers gets rid of the ball quickly, but he actually embraces a pass rush, one of the rare quarterbacks who actually likes that, and he stays in the pocket a little bit longer than most, doesn't get happy feet. So we have the right quarterback, I believe, to counter this ferocious defensive line of the Houston Texans. Coach.
Well, there's no doubt his knowledge and experience of the game, that's why because, when you blitz, you can get home, but if you get the ball out of your hands and you understand who's one-on-one or if they're zone blitzing and leaving an area free, he's going to get to it. I don't know if you caught it. I was watching the game and I had the sound up. There was one or two times, and you can hear with the mic, him barking signals, but prior to that, he's pointing out the protections, pointing out the hot routes. And like a couple times there, you could hear him say, he's staying. So basically he's talking to the offensive line and the receivers. He knows if they're trying to disguise coverage, and he studies the game so well, and he has so much experience. Like, he can tell by body language and what he studied through the week. Are they bluffing? Are they blitzing? Or are they staying put? And I thought that was interesting when I was watching. I heard him say that, talking about the coverage and the potential blitzers.
I am going to keep you one more segment because I want to talk a little bit more about this game, but I just got to talk about the offensive line and this Dylan Cook off the practice squad. Our buddy Greg Diolis takes a lot of those work in progress clients and gets them to the NFL where they not just survive, but they thrive. What a good story. I mean, here's a guy who replaces a stud in Broderick Jones, and I'm not saying he's doing a better job, but this offensive line has not really been playing that bad. And Warren and Gainwell have really done well because of this effort. And Rodgers, for the most part, has been upright. Just thoughts about that O-line, the performance in recent weeks.
Well, yeah, you're talking to an old offensive lineman myself and offensive line coach prior to my head coaching days. And I really enjoy watching those guys. Frazier makes all the calls there and gets everybody in the right places. And I got to give the Cook guy a ton of credit. He's gone in there and battled, and got great rushing yards. It's a tough physical game, especially get down to the end here, especially against the Ravens. And those guys don't back down, and they keep fighting, and they'll make some mistakes here and there, but they keep battling, and that's what you love about it. It's almost, you're looking. I'm an old guy, and I remember back in the Franco Harris and Rocky Blyer days and Jerome Bettis, always had tough, workman-like offensive lines. And it's like this line is developing that kind of personality. And, may not always be the most talented, but they're battling through this, keeping Rodgers on his feet, and he's getting the ball out, helping. It's really enjoyable to watch the last couple of weeks, Rob, as a coach, with our season ending there December 1st, to be able to watch some of these games and see those things fall into place as the Steelers continue to progress and get better down the stretch.
I agree. Listen, I don't care what the level is. It's always won or lost in the trenches, no matter what anybody thinks. We'll come back. One more segment. Jerry Schmidt, Duquesne football coach, talking Steelers Houston. That's next with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EVENT. Code EVENT.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss unique and unusual recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting week is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers? Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 1/31. Select models only.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, back with the head coach of the Duquesne Dukes. He's Jerry Schmidt, and we're going to get back to the game in just a moment. Coach, I got to ask you, though, how's things going in the early offseason with the Duquesne Dukes? What's going on?
Well, I'm glad this is about the Steelers in the NFL because this transfer portal that opened up on January 2nd on Friday is kind of a new thing for all of us, not the portal, but the calendar. So it opened up January 2nd, and there were over 5,000 names on that first day. So to evaluate and recruit and have them visit before school starts, that is the issue right now. But it's going good for us. Making a lot of contacts and talking to a lot of good quality young men that potentially would want to come here to Pittsburgh and up on the bluff.
Let me tell you how it's been such a game changer. So Dante Moore, the 20-year-old quarterback of Oregon, they are saying as opposed to going in the NFL draft and being chosen by the hapless Jets at number 2, he will probably stay at Oregon no matter what happens in their big game as they move forward in this now down to the final 4 teams in college football. But he'll probably make more staying at Oregon than he would as a rookie quarterback in the National Football League. Whole lot of money floating around in that game, huh? Especially at the D1 level, Coach.
Yeah, it was funny. A couple of years ago, I heard from someone that mentioned one of the top draft picks mentioned that he took a pay cut when he came to the NFL, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, a lot of money going on in college football, and hopefully the guys that are making money, that's awesome. We want what's best for them, but we hope the other guys that aren't are playing the game for the right reason to get their education, for their future.
No better education than up there on the bluff at Duquesne. All right, being that you play those games on Rooney Field, let's face it, we love our football team, but it's nice to know that the Rooney family is still a part of our football team. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, it's outstanding. I think I've mentioned to you, just class act family, and being a part of Pittsburgh here, who they are, and running the program the way they run it, the right way. We say the right way. I think I've mentioned to you, I go over and watch OTAs and learn from some meetings and things. And Mr. Rooney always comes over and says hello to me and says, "How's my Dukes doing?" And he doesn't have to do that, but I'm such a class act and a great person, and he cares about all of Pittsburgh football. Here, all the teams that play, he keeps an eye out on all of us. So it's great to have them here in the city of Pittsburgh.
Couldn't agree with you more. All right, let's talk about these running backs, Gainwell and Warren. I tell you what, Steelers have a running attack, especially catching the ball out of the backfield. Talk about those two and what they have meant to this football team.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just thinking about that during the break here. The big thing with our offense, and it helps Rodgers and it helps the offensive line, is being able to get the ball to the running backs. And these guys are quick. They make quick cuts. It helps for run blocking, too, when they're making quick cuts and getting downhill, so that at least there's very few TFLs. These guys will get back to line of scrimmage. And what's really impressive is the way they move their legs, whether they're running the ball, whether they catch it. On first hit, first contact, you watch how they move their legs and get those extra couple yards. And a lot of times you'll see them squirt out and make some chunk plays out of it, some big plays out of what would normally be a 4 or 5 yard gain. Those two are really valuable to our football team, the Steelers, and to the offense.
Well, one of the things that I've learned from every coach, play through the whistle till you hear the whistle. Even if it looks like your defender, meaning your linebacker, has wrapped up a quarterback, this secondary's got to stay focused. Those big plays to Flowers almost put me in the hospital with coronary issue. So they got to stay. This secondary coach, come on now. I was like a little kid running up and turning the television off, running up and down the stairs, high-fiving myself. And, man, it was like we had them all the way when it was all over. But some of those big plays Lamar Jackson had late in that game, man, I got to tell you, I was in critical condition there for a while until I got some life support. We can't let that happen in this game against C.J. Stroud. Pay attention.
No, you never want to let those, the open routes. Those guys are wide open. If they make a play, they make a play. That's, as Coach says, that they get paid too. And but you want to at least contend and make a play. And there was some blown coverages there, or some miscommunication that we weren't happy with, but in the end it turned out pretty good.
Hey, so Derrick Henry had an awesome first half, but they shut him down in the second half. And listen, I was even questioning whether or not he should get another contract because getting a little bit older. But Cam Hayward's playing like he's a rookie out of Ohio State. Has that guy been unreal or what?
Geez, you got to give him so much credit. It's unbelievable, and he's playing at a high level, a ton of energy, barely at times. I watch, because he's an older guy, and sometimes, everybody needs a break or two, and he's off for 1 or 2 plays, and he's back on. He's committed to it. What a great leader for the Steelers. Watch him play. It's unbelievable how they shut him down in the second half. Give, Terrell Austin a ton of credit.
Yep.
Made a few changes there, and the guys adapted to it, and were able to keep him under control.
All right, the big story, of course, DK back in the lineup. What's he mean for this football team?
Oh, it's going to just open up so many opportunities for Rodgers, and you'll see, as good as we've been running the football, it's even going to open up a little bit more, and it's going to have to against the defense that we're playing. I haven't had many chances to watch them, but I have been reading a lot about how good a defense they are. So it's going to be huge. I think just even, a mental part of it, for our guys to understand that he's on that field. And even if he just takes up a couple guys, it's going to leave some one-on-ones for some of the other guys that had a really solid game, a good game, without him in the last 2 weeks.
In closing, look, C.J. Stroud, there's no doubt he's in the conversation with the Josh Allens and the Pat Mahomes and the Justin Herberts, the next generation. But I'm glad we have that generation, that is the 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, because, he can still do it, but his football IQ is off the charts. And in this game, winner take all, 60 minutes, as good as C.J. Stroud is, I'd much rather have Aaron Rodgers in my locker room. Your thoughts?
Oh, there's no doubt. We're at playoff time now, and he's a young guy. And, Aaron Rodgers has been through so many of these battles and seen so much happen. So a young guy coming into a away game, on the road, tough game here in Pittsburgh with football weather we're going to have here, the crowd. It's going to be tough for him. He's going to have to use his young talent and ability to make some plays and try to limit the mistakes. But I'd take Aaron Rodgers any day in a situation like this, and I think it gives us one or two up here on them going into this football game.
Hey, let's be realistic. I'm a little older than you, but we've seen it since the 70s. We've been pretty blessed here as far as football fans. We've had a heck of a run, have we not?
Oh, so fortunate. Yeah, both you and I have seen all the Super Bowl years, and we've been there when it was the down years. I was just talking about my first game was at Old Pitt Stadium, and it was 1969, and I never realized it till later on. That was Joe Green's first game. He was drafted that year, and it was an exhibition game, against the Giants. Fran Tarkington was the quarterback. I can remember those little things. So we've been fortunate to be through all those, the growing in the early 70s and the Super Bowls and getting Ben and getting back to it. So let's try to get back there. Let's get one this week.
All right, so you think they can get one 30 seconds? Can they get one this week, you think? I mean, next week?
Absolutely. The way we're playing, the way the Steelers are playing, they're playing tough football and close games for the most part down the stretch here. And they like playing in those games, and they stay in the moment. Coach Tomlin got them staying in the moment. That's what they did last week and played every play right down to the end, and they believe what they can do.
All right, Coach. Go Dukes. Thank you so much for your time tonight, okay?
You're welcome, Rob. Have a good evening.
All right, stay with us. News coming up next.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
It's the KDKA Radio Super 7, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And now through January 7th, we're set to honor the best players in the WPIAL and Pittsburgh City League. Vote early, vote often. Let your voice be heard at KDKARadio.com. High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Cloudy and 47 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. They're often the most vulnerable among us, Pennsylvania's elderly. And now Indiana County is one of the first counties chosen for a new program that provides expertise to develop a multi-pronged strategy to identify elder abuse. Indiana County Aging Services Director Janine Maust says the program's working with experts from Weill Cornell Medicine will help address various types of abuse.
We applied for this project because in the past 5 years, we have had a 55% increase in elder abuse cases in Indiana County. These cases have become increasingly complex and now require deeper collaboration with a wide range of community partners.
State Representative Jim Struzzi says protecting seniors is a big responsibility, not only for lawmakers, but for society as a whole. Mystery solved. Social media has been abuzz today with people wondering why a helicopter landed in Point State Park. State police say they landed the helicopter at the park for about 8 minutes today, part of their prep work for the upcoming NFL draft. They called it a crucial step for public safety planning. learning the layout of the park and testing their communication. The Steelers making the playoffs means a spike in business for a number of different companies. At Coons Quality Foods, Frank Dentisi says a playoff game will mean anywhere from 15 to 20% more in food sales, especially for things like fresh foods, deli meats, soda, and more. And if the team would keep on advancing,
you'll see it even better. I mean, no, last time we were at the Super Bowl, it was about comparable to Christmas.
He says it's welcome news since January and February generally are their slowest months. Nominations are open for the Pittsburgh Walk of Fame class of 2026. They'll join the 10 Pittsburghers inducted last year that include names like Michael Keaton, Fred Rogers, and Andy Warhol. Nominations are now open through January 30th at 5 o'clock. There are only 2 criteria that each nominee needs to meet. The Pittsburgh Walk of Fame says they must have been born in or have spent their formative or creative years in the 10-county Pittsburgh region, commonly known as southwestern Pennsylvania. That includes Allegheny, Armstrong, Beaver, Butler, Fayette, Greene, Indiana, Lawrence, Washington, and Westmoreland counties. And their accomplishments must have had a national impact on America's cultural heritage. Walk of Fame celebrates those living and deceased for their contributions in art, science, politics, music, philanthropy, film, medicine, industry, dance, sports, entertainment, education, journalism, broadcasting, and theater. For more details, go to kdkradio.com. KDK Sports, John Harbaugh is out as the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. Meanwhile, the Steelers head to the playoffs. They take care of the Houston Texans. That will be Monday night at Acrisure Stadium. First time in 5 years, the Steelers are hosting a playoff game. DK Metcalf will be back from his 2-game suspension. KDK Radio News Time is 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-880-1212. That's 800-880-1212. Again, that's 800-880-1212.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A little bit of rain and drizzle for tonight. The low in the upper 30s. Mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow. High 43. Patchy clouds tomorrow night. Low 33. And then sun giving way to some clouds Thursday. High 52. More rain possible Friday. For AccuWeather, I'm John Fierk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard from the Big K Morning Show. Join us tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. In our 7 o'clock hour, we'll connect with Rich Fitzgerald. Find out what's happening in 2026 around the region.
I absolutely love this guy. A lot of it has to do with his pizza. Slice on Broadway, Rico Lenardi. Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on KDKRadio.com and KDK Watch. Rico, how are you?
Good. How are you, Rob?
I'm great. Listen, best cheese slice, Las Vegas, making more headlines than Elvis Presley. Tell me about that. I mean, I was so excited. You guys had to have been so stoked about that.
Yeah, it's like the Steelers winning the Super Bowl. That was our championship, world's best cheese slice. We're still, living in our glory for it.
Listen, I'm a fan of what you do, and I've done a little video with you before at the Robinson location, but Beachview and Carnegie and Lucatina, we're going to get to that in a moment, right next to that incredible place in Carnegie, Robinson, the East End, Wexford, South Side. So where did this journey begin for you? How did you get into the pizza business?
I like to say I was born into it. My family was always, big in food, a big Italian family, having Sunday dinners, which we still carry on pretty much every Sunday. Either I cook, my mom, my sisters. So food was always around us. It's an important part of everyone's life. And growing up in Pittsburgh, families are very important. And being able to share a meal, I think it's where it all started. And, I like to be able to carry that on and, share what I've learned, to, our neighbors and friends and people like yourself. So it's part of me every day.
I've been fascinated by your industry for a long time, and I've often said in another life, two things. I wanted a pizza shop or a local bar, and I'm getting a little too long in the tooth for it to happen, but I know success when I see it. But this is what amazes me about you, and I'm going to brag on you for a moment. Because I've done a lot of videos, and I've visited many of them, and we have our haunts back in Beaver County that are legendary. But one night I was coming into work. I got called back into work after working all day, and I'm like, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? And I saw this big billboard that said, I remember Isley's. So I got on the air and I said, this was like 20-some years ago. And I said, does anybody remember Isley's? Well, my grandmother worked there, the skyscraper cone. The phones went nuts. People were actually calling my friend Tim Diley, who had the rights, about wanting to open franchises the next day. And he said, Rob, you have to understand. It's all about consistency. It's hard to have consistency because those immigrants who came here many years ago through Ellis Island, they were back-breaking, rolling up their sleeves, sweat equity, and the skyscraper cone was the exact same way in Ambridge as it was in Carnegie. How have you been able to have consistency? You've got multiple locations, and honestly, you put a pizza in front of me, I'm not going to know if it's from Carnegie or Robinson. How have you been able to do that?
I mean, consistency is obviously important in every business. And, we try, and we failed at times too, but we go back and look at our processes and see where we made mistakes and try to improve them. But my biggest thing is creating an experience, and exactly kind of what you talked about with Isley's. People attach, great food and great things to how they were treated and the experiences they created. And that's one of my biggest things for our business and why we've been able to, grow and expand. Because, remember our customers, remember what they like, what they eat, and create a conversation with them. I think that's the biggest part. And consistency is important. Of course, I myself have burnt many pizzas. But, we get back up and learn where we failed and do it again. And just, keep repeating the process every day.
Listen, my children, Robbie and Eva's mother, doesn't do much on social media. She's an incredible elementary school teacher. But I took her some of your pizza one day. You would have thought it was the second coming. She was just like, oh, my goodness, like this is a religious experience. And she's really got no filter, but when she speaks her mind, she speaks her mind. And that was just another testament, knowing how good this pizza is. So my question to you is, it's going to be great for business for everybody with this Steelers game. Talk to the audience, and I've said it for the longest time. It's much more about 60 minutes and X and O's of football. It's about dollars that make sense from the pizza shop to the local grocery store. Talk about why the Steelers in the postseason matters to everybody in the region that's in the food business. Go ahead.
It goes everything from food to, every part of our industry. It helps. I mean, we see a spike every Sunday. When the Steelers play at 1 o'clock, we're busy. Phones start ringing at 10 for orders. When they're playing at 4 o'clock, same thing. So the longer, the Steelers can play on, the better it is for our business and everyone around us. It's amazing. Food is a big part of everything, and especially sports. And, people want to focus on the game. They want to have something good to eat. So we're always happy when we see one of our teams do well in general, but even more so, for business, because it does create a spike. And, if it turned out something different, on Sunday, or they didn't go further, we wouldn't have these opportunities to, a part of your show earlier, I heard, the January, February slump. I mean, that's what, a lot of time for restaurants, those are the hardest months because it's cold out. People just got done spending all that money on Christmas. Everyone's New Year's resolutions, they can be put on hold for now. So they can eat pizza, drink beer, have a good party while we watch the Steelers, ride on through the playoffs.
So any idea how many pizzas you'll go through on Monday? Ballpark? Any idea?
Well, unfortunately for us, we are closed on Mondays.
What?
We, after the pandemic, we did close Mondays, and I did contemplate opening Mondays. So that's probably not good for us on this, this Steelers playoff game. But there's so many great pizza shops in the area. We like to, share, let them reap in the benefits of this Monday night game. But on a normal Monday night game when the Steelers play, Monday's a slow day. So in order, this is even better for businesses that are open Mondays because it gives you that extra kind of Friday night, weekend kind of sales, which is very important, especially this time of year. So, those extra dollars, play a long rule for your bottom line as you move through the winter months.
Yeah, your pizza's good enough. I'll order it the day before and just wait. All right. Now I got to ask you about this restaurant. There's got to be a connection, the name, why you're doing it. Listen, one of the things that I have said, and I did television for 20 years on location at Italian restaurants, commercials, this, that, whatever. One of the most difficult things to find, and I'm a little bit Italian, is a good Italian restaurant. We need more of them. And I absolutely love Carnegie, everything about it. This is going to be a win-win. But why this after all the success in the pizza business? Are you going to roll the dice one more time?
I have something missing link in my brain because I keep telling myself, "Oh, we have enough," and I decide to do more. But I enjoy doing it. I love it. But Carnegie, it's a beautiful town.
It is.
It's had some hardships over the last, with Riley's, and Papa J's, had their problems with the fires. Then the flood, what was that, 20 years ago, I think.
Yep.
But Carnegie is a town that has so much charm. It has that old kind of town feel. And, I just love it. So I had an opportunity to get the building next door to me. And I had different ideas of concepts I wanted to do. But everything kept going back to, what I grew up with, which was Italian food. So I decided to go down that route. My dad had a restaurant in Beachview about 15 years ago. And it's kind of modeled after that a little bit. But the name Lucatino, when I was trying to come up with a name, I'm like, what's a good name? And it's actually named after my two sons, Luca and Santino.
Nice.
Hence Lucatino. But it's been a long road. We redid the whole entire building. I'm excited to finally be able to invite people in, hopefully early February. It's a small 40-seat restaurant focusing on, what I call Pittsburgh Italian classics for some of the dishes, like greens and beans, stuffed banana peppers. But then we have some other things. I'm doing a newer style of pizza. It's newer style to Pittsburgh. It's called Pizza Tondo di Roma, which is real thin and crispy. We're going to have house-made focaccias. So a lot of good things on there too. But again, keeping it simple, letting the ingredients shine, and just having a good time.
Just remember, it's all about the sauce. So you get the sauce right,
Yeah.
and your reputation, you'll be gold. Listen, if you ever need anybody to come down and roll some meatballs, give me a holler. Listen, I am such a fan. I love your desire to want to make it work. And, the other thing, too, and I have so many friends and family who actually had the white apron and worked in a pizza place growing up and have gone on to do good things. A young person that gets a job working side by side with some of your employees and actually being mentored by you, that's a good way to begin a good life, is it not? To get a job at a place like Slice on Broadway as it being a teenager and in high school, it can really go a long way as far as mentoring, right?
Yeah, you learn so much working in a restaurant, how to, work with other people, how to work with the public. My son now is 17, my older son. He works there with a couple of his friends. It's for a lot of the high school kids that we have, it's their first job, and you remember that, and you build your foundation and a work ethic. And, I think it's important, to have that experience and be able to do that. And again, learn how to cook a little bit for yourself, because it's something you're going to do every day for the rest of your life.
Well, I highly recommend Slice on Broadway. College football this week. You got 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Buy extra so you can enjoy it Monday night. I can't thank you enough. And listen, whatever I can do, I'm just a phone call away, okay?
I'm going to hold you to it for rolling those meatballs, so
I'd love it,
get that
man.
apron out.
I'd love it. There he goes, Rico Leonardo. Listen, just good, Lenardi, good people, man. They do good work at Slice on Broadway. All right, short break. We'll come back. Couple of more thoughts. Get you ready for that 8 o'clock news with Paul. And then former Congresswoman Melissa Hart will drop by. We're going to talk about the latest concerning Venezuela and why I don't have an issue with American oil companies paying the freight, going there and extracting that oil, and let America reap the benefits. It's about time. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack tonight, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt? Do not ignore this message. The IRS has more power than any collection agency in America. Often without warning, they can garnish your wages, levy your bank account, place a lien on your home, seize assets like your business, and revoke your passport. Every year, thousands lose their paychecks overnight or have their assets seized because they waited too long. You don't have to face the IRS alone. Call Federated Tax today. We'll connect you with an experienced tax professional who will negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. You may qualify for IRS hardship programs like the Fresh Start Initiative or many other programs that can stop garnishments, stop bank account seizures, reduce or eliminate penalties, and lower your settlement amount. You deserve to maintain your life. Don't let the IRS take it over. Make the call today to Federated Tax, 800-300-7345. The call and consultation are absolutely free. 800-300-7345. 800-300-7345.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want to live a happier, healthier, pain-free life? Tune to Pittsburgh Works this Saturday morning at 7. Jessica Festa of the Optilux Wellness Center will feature all the services offered, including PRP, regenerative medicine, and massage therapy. Listen and heal this Saturday morning at 7.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Bloomberg Money Minute time. Bloomberg Radio on KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. NVIDIA says it may have a game-changing new computer chip. The next-generation Rubin data center processors now in production, likely available to customers in the second half of this year, which will deliver 5 times the AI computing power of its current AI chips. On Wall Street today, fresh record closing highs for the Dow and the S&P 500, thanks mostly to big gains on renewed optimism over artificial intelligence companies and hopes that this Friday's December jobs report may push the Fed to lower rates again when it meets later this month. As investors brushed off worries about what's next in Venezuela, the Dow shot up 485 points, 1% higher. The Nasdaq was up 151, the S&P added 43, both up 2/3%. And at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas today, the Chinese robotic vacuum cleaner company Roborock unveiled a new device that has 2 legs that can climb stairs to vacuum upper floors of your home. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I got to tell you something. I got to get me one of those vacuum cleaners. People who know me, ask anyone. I'm obsessed with running the vacuum. I run the vacuum every day. I run it sometimes at midnight. I run it sometimes at 3 a.m. I run it sometimes at high noon. I am obsessed with vacuum cleaners. Listen, as a kid growing up, that Hoover vacuum in our house, when it first arrived, the canister one, you know, the one you would kind of drag across the floor, fascinated. The first Hoover that arrived with a headlight, I was fascinated. I'm telling you. I love vacuum cleaners. I could collect vacuum cleaners. You know you have arrived when you have more than one. And I only really have one and a semi one. It has good days, it has bad days. But back in the day, because my house is 3 floors, I would have one on every floor, so I would not have to drag it up the stairs, right? But the only place I do not like vacuuming are steps. I don't. I have a very long staircase in my house that is carpeted. And when I go up to clean the bathroom and take care of the bedrooms and the attic that is finished and what have you, I always have to finish by coming down the steps, right? And I don't like doing that. So that vacuum that can climb steps, if it can sweep steps as it's climbing, put me down for one. I mean, imagine back in the day. You know, we talk about the modern marvels and all the things that we're so lucky to have today. You know, the air fryer, the crock pot, the microwave. I remember when the calculator came out, it was a big deal. Now we walk around with a computer in our hand, right? And you just simply scroll all day and it can do anything for you, right? But imagine what it was like. Not only do you get the electric light bulb, but you actually had this thing that was a vacuum cleaner that would lift up dirt. Can you imagine what kind of game changer? And what a lot of people don't realize, because we're so spoiled today, we got our Swiffer mop and all these things that we have. Back in the day, people were on their hands and knees scrubbing these floors. And you had to sweep up everything and then find a way to get it out and off the floor and out the door. Now you have these canisters, and now these sweepers don't even have bags anymore like they used to have. Remember that? You'd have to throw them out or empty the bag, and there'd be dust and everything. Now they have these clear containers, these canisters. It's magical. You just hit a button, drop it into the garbage can, clean it out, and stick it back, and you're ready to roll. But, I find the vacuum cleaner very relaxing. You know, our overnight guy, that custodial engineer, Brian, who's a great guy, and I've really gotten to know him since I've been on this night shift. Just a really decent, hardworking human being. Works harder than I ever will. You know, he's got that extension cord in that commercial vacuum cleaner that before I go to the big, maintenance room in the sky, I hope I can get a commercial vacuum. You know, one of these just heavy-duty jobs with an extension cord that's like a football field long. And he navigates and goes through all these little nooks and crannies and makes this place spick and span. But there's something about that sound of a vacuum cleaner that just is relaxing. You know, the other thing that I find very relaxing, and you all may laugh at this. I don't know how many of you do this. And I'm stretching here, folks. Why? Because I got a guest coming up. I got Paul, and I don't really want to start a new subject that you can't respond to. So that's why I'm kind of doing the old Fred Astaire, or should I say Gene Kelly tap dance, right? And he being from East Brady, or East Liberty, rather. But anyway, as I was saying, the other thing that actually calms me down, I have to have a fan on. Even in air-conditioned comfort, even in the middle of winter. Now, obviously, I've learned I don't have the fan blowing on me as I once did, and I have been able to get to a point now, because of that smartphone, you can load all of this stuff, you know, rain falling, winter blizzard noise, a fan blow, I mean, all these things. So I must not be the only one that has these quirks, but it's strange. I like the sound of a fan. That kind of puts me to sleep at night when I have a hard time sleeping. There are people like my father who used to have the TV on at night. And my dad was wounded in the war, not because of a bullet, because he was drinking too much one night and fell off a ship and hit his head and lost some hearing in the left ear. So he would have that television like on full volume all night long. And it was like the Tonight Show, Johnny Carson. Every single night, even though I didn't get to watch it, I knew everything that was going on because my mother told him, either you're going to have to sleep on the couch or we get to watch Johnny Carson, even if you are passed out, because that's what I wait for all day long. So just some rules of the road that I need, and that's vacuum cleaner, got to have one, and I got to have a fan that I can turn on at night so I can fall asleep. All right, stay with us. We're going to talk about why I am all in as far as what the president is doing in Venezuela. And I think any of these other presidents who are working with drug cartels, they're next. Because when you think about it, everything we have done over the last 50 years to stop these illegal drugs hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. More people are dying. And this may not be the only reason why this guy got yanked out of his country by Delta Force, but it's good enough for me. And if we can get American oil companies in there pumping that oil from that huge reserve of oil, some say the largest anywhere in the world, and it can reap American taxpayers in our country and give us infrastructure money to rebuild our country, I'm all for it. We're going to see what former Congresswoman Melissa Hart has to say. And I got to tell you, I'm a Democrat, but if Marco Rubio would ever run for president in 2028 against J.D. Vance, I'm telling you right now, I'm voting for Marco Rubio. He has really risen to the occasion, has he not? I don't know. I just like what I see. He's got that presidential look about him. Where everybody was saying it was J.D. Vance, I don't know. Marco Rubio's looking pretty strong through some very difficult times in our country, and that's what you need. Tough leadership, tough times. All right, news coming up next. Then we'll have Melissa Hart for a segment on the other side. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 50 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. This is the first full day on the job for new Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. The first action he took was to sign an executive order on permits. O'Connor said it can take as little as 4 weeks to get a permit in New York City, but here, permits can hit snags and delays.
So we're doing an executive order to, get answers quicker as to what the problem is and, hopefully get the a process where we have a deemed approval after a certain time.
Mayor O'Connor is calling on all city departments involved in permits to review and streamline the process to help not only developers but also small businesses and homeowners. They're often the most vulnerable among us, Pennsylvania's elderly. And now Indiana County is one of the first in the state to have a program that provides expertise to develop a multi-pronged strategy to identify elder abuse. Indiana County Aging Services Director Janine Most says the program's working with experts from Weill Cornell Medicine will help address various types of abuse.
We applied for this project because in the past 5 years, we have had a 55% increase in elder abuse cases in Indiana County. These cases have become increasingly complex and now require deeper collaboration with a wide range of community partners.
State Representative Jim Struzzi says protecting seniors is a big responsibility, not only for lawmakers, but for society as a whole. Mystery solved. Social media had been abuzz today with people wondering why a helicopter landed in Point State Park. State police say they landed the helicopter at the park for about 8 minutes today, part of their prep work for the upcoming NFL draft. They called it a crucial step for public safety planning, learning the layout of the park and testing their communication. Local businesses are expecting a big bump in sales with the Steelers hosting their first playoff game in 5 years. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
At Coons Quality Foods, Frank Dentisi is expecting a 15 to 20% increase in sales as people buy finger foods, deli items, and more for viewing parties. And that's welcome news since January and February tend to be the slowest months of the year.
They're doing a lot of home cooking, but they're not having the parties. You know, it's still kind of that layover from Christmas until we get into Lent. And so whenever you have these games, it actually, for our business, it helps out. It's a slower time for us.
He says if the Steelers keep on winning, Coons could see even more than 15 to 20% gains, saying the last time the team went to the Super Bowl, it was comparable to Christmas. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports, John Harbaugh is out as the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. That was reported earlier today. Of course, the Ravens losing to the Steelers on Sunday night. That knocked them out of the playoffs, and they are now home for the postseason. Meanwhile, the Steelers host the Texans Monday night in their playoff game. DK Metcalf will be back after serving a 2-game suspension.
I'm excited as hell to be back in the building around my teammates, being in meetings, going to practice.
Metcalf repeatedly did say he was not able to talk about the incident with that Detroit fan that led to the suspension. KDK Radio News Time is 8:03. Your AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hello, everyone. It's Bob Pompiani. Did you know that the pulse of Western Pennsylvania is in very good hands? It's because we have a system of healthcare whose hospitals have earned a host of medicine's most prestigious honors for cardiovascular care. From a host of the most prestigious sources like the American Heart Association, U.S. News and World Report, and health grades, like being in the top 10% in the nation for excellence in specialty cardiac care. Listed as one of America's 100 best in cardiac care. A heart surgery program ranked among the top 2% nationwide and cited as high performing for heart bypass, heart failure, and heart attack. Its superb physical expertise combined with the latest technology, including advanced, minimally invasive surgical options for cardiovascular disease. It's the Heart and Vascular Program at Independence Health System. Strong testimony that the pulse of Western Pennsylvania is indeed in very good hands. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A bit of rain and drizzle tonight, the low in the upper 30s, mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow, high 43. Dry tomorrow night down to 33, and then sun giving way to clouds Thursday, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm John Fierk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Now that their president or / dictator is behind bars with his bride, It's the future of Venezuela on everyone's mind, and we have with us now former Congresswoman, my good friend attorney, Melissa Hart. Right now, she, of course, Metropolitan Window video screen where you can click on KDKRadio.com. So, Melissa, timing is everything. This moments ago, as folks can see on my smartphone from CNN, President Donald Trump said tonight that Venezuela will turn over 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil to the United States to be sold at market value, and with the proceeds controlled by the U.S. In my opinion, that's not good news. That's great news.
I think it is. There's been a lot of thievery going on in Venezuela for quite a long time. And those of us in our age group remember when Venezuela was actually a very strong economy and a very free country. It was one of the strongest or the strongest economy in South America. But, they've fallen into the hands of people who are either communist like Chavez, who, basically plundered the private businesses. You talk to American business people who were down there, and they basically had to flee. I've seen a whole lot of testimonials on the internet lately. The most recent one from a guy who was an officer at Cargill, where basically the government just seized their facilities. I mean, we're talking aggressive, basically the state taking over all the private business. And that's really what put the people into the poor state that they're in now.
You were involved in many of these tough decisions during your time in Washington. Just your thoughts about what the president and what our military did, removing this man and his wife from Caracas. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they were indicted in 2020 in the Southern District of New York, federal U.S. Attorney's Office, and they were indicted for the crimes that he continued to perpetrate, which include a lot of different things. I mean, he was actually in an official position under Hugo Chavez before Chavez, he replaced Chavez even though he wasn't elected. And in the official position, he actually provided passports, and diplomatic passports and passage for a lot of people who were involved in the drug trade, and certainly was making money doing that. And I think he basically got addicted to the money and the position and the power and decided he was just going to continue to seize as much power as he could. Even though there was an election in Venezuela, it was won by a gentleman named Eduardo Gonzalez just a year or two ago. And Gonzalez was never able to take power because Maduro controlled the military, because he has on the payroll, a number of different military leaders who are also addicted to the money that they're getting from the drug trade. So, it's a uber corrupt place. I don't think I dealt with a country that was that bad other than Iraq, maybe when I was in Congress, but this is just beyond the pale. I mean, he was never elected. He seized power. He was taking money for himself, his family. I mean, his son runs the General Assembly of Venezuela. I mean, these people are just power and money hungry folks, and they basically keep the people in poverty. Getting a job is hard to do because there's no private business, so it's hard for people to make a living. Okay. And go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, it's a disgrace that anybody in the United States would actually think that it wasn't okay that once this man had been indicted and 5 years go by, that the United States government didn't do anything during the Biden administration to apprehend him, that apprehending him should have been on the top of the priority list for this administration, and trying him. Similarly, as you've probably heard, and many of your listeners have heard, to what happened, if you remember back when Manuel Noriega was apprehended and tried in the United States for crimes. It's a similar situation, and Maduro will probably kind of claim some of the same defenses that Noriega claimed, but none of them, passed muster. They did not save Noriega from the prosecution.
Listen, before we talk the business of oil, and we may have to keep you for another segment, I do want to talk a bit more about the drug, the narco-terrorism. Look, and there have been others. He has pointed the finger at the president of Colombia, but you mentioned Noriega. I don't think people realize this is where all of this stuff has been coming from for generations. And for the first time, we're actually looking at it like a war on drugs. The military is involved. Wouldn't it be just ironic if this is what it did take for us to actually get a handle on this and stop all of these drugs from coming into our country? Because your generation, my generation, we've seen generation after generation destroyed by this, families destroyed by, forever losing loved ones. I don't think the average person, if it hasn't touched your doorstep, understands how much of a problem these drugs are.
I think it's touched everyone's doorstep, Rob. I mean,
you're right.
We know, everyone knows someone who, died of a heroin overdose, had poison, cocaine poisoned with fentanyl, had other drugs that were poisoned, laced with fentanyl. Even a Percocet. I mean, it is unbelievable to me that it has taken this long for the United States to take such an aggressive defensive posture in this situation, especially when we know that the corruption, from Central and South America, Mexico, the biggest problem as far as being run by drug cartels. I mean, the Zeta and what's the other one in Mexico? ELN, I think. And then the ones in Colombia, the FARC, which we've heard of forever. Now, we did deal with Colombia when I was in Congress, but at that time, Colombia had actually moved away from being the biggest drug traffickers, and they actually had a leader, Uribe, for a while, who was trying to maintain a friendship with the United States and to go after the drug trade. But, once he wasn't the leader anymore, it's all coming back apparently now. But I think it's important for the United States, for the people of the United States, to understand this, that these are our neighbors, and when the border was wide open during the Biden administration, we certainly did have an increased amount of drugs brought into this country by these cartels. And then, of course, most recently, the one from Venezuela, the Tren de Aragua, which is also associated with Maduro. I mean, they were basically his henchmen in the United States. So the new indictment, there was, they called it a superseding indictment that was just made to basically build on what was done in 2020, includes those accusations of his involvement with the two cartels in Mexico, the two in Colombia, and Tren de Aragua, which is a horribly criminal enterprise. They are criminal enterprises accepted to be criminal enterprises, but Maduro being basically heavily involved with them and assisting them in delivering drugs to the United States.
The reason why the reason why you're such a good guest, because you get two for the price of one, not only a former congresswoman, but an attorney. And I tried to stress this to the audience earlier because I'm getting pushback about people, saying we yanked them out of the country, this and that. I don't think they realize you don't get indicted by a grand jury unless they have probable cause evidence and I'm not saying surefire guilty verdict, but they at least say this is worth taking the time to investigate. So it's not like they haven't done their due diligence before they went and yanked him out of the country.
Well, it's beyond taking the time to investigate. When you are indicted by that grand jury, there is evidence, and that grand jury believes there's enough evidence to convict you. They wouldn't be able to move forward with those charges. So that is pretty high level of evidence that they already have. A significant amount of it was obtained through our intelligence. The rest of it, obviously, through different arrests of different members of those different drug gangs. So there's certainly a significant amount of evidence. Plus, we've now heard from, I think it's France, the French president is interested in Maduro as well because of cocaine trafficking into Europe.
Wow. All right, Macron. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. The business of America, getting back to business. Former Congresswoman and attorney Melissa Hart, my guest tonight on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack. We'll be right back.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss unique and unusual recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Melissa Hart, former Congresswoman. Now let's talk about the business of America. You know, Michael Reagan died today, the son of Ronald Reagan at the age of 80, conservative talk show host. I really admired him. I think he did a great job. But it's really been since his father was president that we had any kind of manufacturing base in America, meaning the steel industry. All of it pretty much for the most part has disappeared. Look, it's time that we start getting back to putting America first again. And I truly believe that's what this president is trying to do. The question is, how long do you think it'll take before we can actually say we have a true middle class in America? Again, working class, middle class in America. Melissa.
Yeah, I think it has to do with manufacturing, Rob. We used to know that here, right, in Western Pennsylvania with a very strong manufacturing sector when we were young. And that is, I believe, what it's going to take. And they're talking in the administration, but I think a lot of states are also addressing the issue with trying to encourage more manufacturing jobs. You know, the United States kind of got drunk on everybody has to go to college, the idea that everybody needs to go to college. Then we realized that we don't have anybody who can do any work, right? There's no electricians, there was no plumbers and all that. And so now we got smart, and a lot of schools are starting to turn out a lot more people who have technical skill, who can also have their own business, which is kind of a nice opportunity. So I think the next step is more manufacturing, more larger companies, not just large manufacturing, but we have small manufacturers. We need to build on that, and we need to make sure that Americans are able to, get out of the service sector where, there's just not as much value added, and so there's not going to be high salaries. So we need jobs that have a lot more value added.
Do you think people also realize that people like Maduro and others have been dealing with people like Putin and Ping and really leaving us out and just building their base against us as opposed to being friendly to us? Look, you look at even India now dealing with Russia. I think people need to understand we have to put America first right now because we're being outnumbered and we're being surrounded by our adversaries.
Well, it's the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese, certainly India, kind of not sure who they want to be friends with. But they're part of that problem. Brazil was kind of playing footsie as well with some of them. And we saw, obviously, with Maduro, China and Russia being heavily involved, and Cuba. So, the news that shouldn't surprise anyone is that Maduro is so hated in Venezuela that all of his guards were Cuban. So I think the Americans who are saying we shouldn't have apprehended him again, there's no logic behind those statements. But your point, though, about all these countries now becoming allies with each other to go after the United States is a serious problem, obviously. And I think actually if eventually the Venezuelans can choose a leader, I think that they will choose a leader who is not friendly to Russia or China. And I think, obviously, that's going to be really good for our hemisphere. It's going to be really good on top of what's going on in Argentina, on top of the recent elections in Chile, that we're seeing South America turn more toward freedom.
What has happened in the last 30 years since we used to have a balanced budget? How 30 years later are we trillions in debt? What happened in America, and how can we turn it around?
Yeah. It's funny. I was always a spending hawk when I was an elected official, but you can tell I've been out it's going to be about 20 years now. And 19, okay.
Who's counting?
But I am. It's changed a lot in that time. What I think just starting from the beginning, government incentives. What do we need government incentives for? I think at the point where taxes were starting to get too high and companies were deciding to maybe leave one state for the other and they were pitting them against each other, we ended up with a significant amount of government money being spent just to keep the businesses that we had in these states, right? And so that's a problem because then they need them, right? They become dependent upon government money, these private sector companies. We shouldn't be doing that.
No.
And that has created really, really upside down incentives. And what we need is to actually free these companies from the need for government money by keeping taxes lower and, getting rid of all these incentives. Let the market be free and let it work for itself. It doesn't make a lot of sense that the government would be trying to pick winners and losers in industry. We saw so many times where the government handed over a bunch of money to, remember the Philadelphia shipyard. There was a number of different projects, even the one in Beaver County, Rob, but we're not even sure how successful that's going to be in the long term. That we need to back off the government incentives and then let these organizations fend for themselves, but also reduce their tax and regulatory burden so that their costs are lower. So I think they're more likely to expand.
See, I think the whole Doge tariff issue that people have been grumbling about, and by the way, Wall Street had another great day today. NASDAQ did really, really well. Dow Jones really, really well today, is the fact that what the president is trying to do, it's like, okay, we'll do business with you, but we want you to bring some of your corporate mentality and build factories over here and hire American workers. So if it's good for you to take our money, you should spend a little bit of that money with us here in America. That's, I think, one of the smartest things. You start getting some of these Fortune 500 companies to come here and build factories and hire American workers. That's a win-win. You get what you need, but we get what we need, jobs.
Right. And the other issue, of course, is that government got too involved in healthcare. And so what ends up happening now are all the problems that we're seeing where people can't afford to buy health coverage because, Medicare and Medicaid, they control basically what can be charged for the care. And now it's just become a completely messed up process. And Obamacare came in and promised a lot of things that it didn't deliver. And now people are demanding that the government subsidize their health insurance. Well, you know what that leads to? That leads to the Medicare for all and all the arguments that people want to have the government pay for their health care. Yet, in Canada and in Britain, where they have government-run systems, the people still come here for care. So the care is better in a system where you don't have the government running everything. But we just are not learning. We need to learn that, and we need to get away from this increased intervention. The mandates, Obamacare was a mess. The Republicans should have repealed it when they had the chance. They didn't. They failed. And now they're fighting. The Democrats and the Republicans are fighting over something they both don't like. The result now, which is the cost for people, which is terrible. And it's not funny. It's a real serious issue for families to try to afford coverage.
All right, before I let you go, I've got less than 2 minutes. We got to be on the nose because I got to get to a hard break here for the news. Governor Walz says he will not step down. What do you think of the whole fraud thing that's going on in Minnesota right now with child care?
It's shocking. I couldn't believe that no state legislator, no federal legislator for all this time brought it up and really called out the governor. I mean, there were some smaller, incidences that were identified and that sort of thing. And now we're hearing about it in Ohio and some other places. I don't think he needs to resign, to be honest. I think that would just create more mayhem. I think he's now trying his darndest to do a good job for his last year in office. He knows where the bodies are buried, so maybe he can try to solve the problems and try to recover his reputation. But, hey, it's Ohio, too, and they're run by a Republican. So I don't know what's going on with these people, but they need to pay attention to the fraudsters. Now, we have a really good Auditor General here, and Tim DeFore, and I'll bet you he's looking into all those programs as we speak.
No doubt. Hey, before I let you go, what law firm are you with again?
Oh, it's a mouthful. Hergen Roeder, Riga, Ewing, and Kennedy. We're small, but a bunch of people I've known for a very long time. A lot of W&J alumni, and they're great people.
Yeah, you're great people. Listen, best to everyone. Always here. It works two ways. If I can ever help you, come back again, okay?
Sure, definitely, Rob. I'll give you some ideas of what we can talk about.
There you go. Always nice to have a little mentor out there in the woods, just kind of feeding you information. All right, stay with us, CBS Radio News, and then you and I on the phones until 10 o'clock. Moments away, your Pratt Pack Tuesday night, KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Days after the U.S. military's operation in Venezuela, CBS's Ed O'Keefe reports.
The Pentagon tonight says 2 U.S. service members are still recovering from injuries sustained during the operation to remove Maduro from Venezuela. 5 additional service members were injured, but have already returned to duty.
The White House says that using the military is always an option to acquire Greenland. European leaders are pushing back. Former State Department official Heather Conley.
Our ally Denmark and Greenland now believe that we are the aggressor and are preparing for potential options of what the United States will do.
The suspect in the Brown University and MIT professor shootings left confessional videos in a storage unit, and the Justice Department says he planned the attacks for years. CBS's Anna Schechter.
He said, quote, I had plenty of opportunities, especially this semester. I had plenty of opportunities, but I always chickened out.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-511-5493. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-511-5493. That's 800-511-5493. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back, only $59.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also, lose all the weight you want, only $59.99 with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating, and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A little bit of rain and drizzle for tonight. The low in the upper 30s. Mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow. High 43. Patchy clouds tomorrow night. Low 33. And then sun giving way to some clouds Thursday. High 52. More rain possible Friday. For AccuWeather, I'm John Fierk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, everybody. McGraw Millhaven here, host of America at Night. Are you a Hamilton fan? We're going to be joined by an author who wrote the book about the Schuyler sisters, Pride and Pleasure, right here on the next America at Night with me, McGraw Millhaven. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, if you're a fan of Star Trek, remember when William Shatner used to say, "Warp speed, Mr. Sulu"? Well, this is going to make Greg go warp speed. Greg, before you get started, I was thinking about Greenland. You know, for national security purposes, maybe we should take it over, and we might have more opportunities for the citizens of Greenland than they have currently with their current government. So that might be a good idea. What do you think?
Hey, I'd drop a nuke tonight.
Stop. Don't say that. But anyway, what's on your mind tonight? I'm sure you have a lot to say, so go right ahead.
Here's the reality of the United States of America today. We're just not living in reality anymore. Now, I don't know how this happened or why it happened, but we're just not. Like, I heard your guest talk about manufacturing, and I hear you talk about manufacturing. And listen, I grew up through manufacturing. It's never going to come back in America again. It's just not. You can't pay an American worker $27 an hour with hospitalization and a 401k to make a widget. It's never coming back. Now, what we need to do is to find some way to, whether it is, meds and eds or, chips or whatever the case may be, but it's never going to be manufacturing again in this country. So we got to stop thinking about that's going to bring back the
But let me okay, before you get on a roll here with butter, let me jump in here and just throw a couple of things out. What about if we mix it in with AI and utilize the human element to maintain and to service and to create AI robots, and we actually can save a little bit of money on labor, but nobody really misses out because they're getting jobs to equip these plants and manufacturing sites. Look, if not for anything, Greg, I understand where you're coming from, but for our national security, we have to start doing more in this country. We don't do anything in this country anymore. Nothing.
But just like I said, here's the thing. You can run a gas-fired power plant, natural gas-fired power plant with 40 people. Weirton Steel had 16,000. We are just not in those days anymore. It's just not. The people of China and India, they're paying them $12 an hour, not $27 an hour. All those countries have full hospitalization. We got to pay hospitalization here. That's a big downfall, and I heard your guest talk about that. She talked about Obamacare, but guess what? 30 million more people had health insurance under Obamacare. Is it the save all? No, it's not. But let's once again, let's live in reality here. We are telling a country, a sovereign country, what to do with their natural resources. Rob, I can't wrap my head around it. I love you like a brother, but I can't wrap my head around it. You think that is okay. Once again, let's put this in perspective. Let's live in reality. Donald Trump did not want to be president. He ran for president to keep him out of jail. I heard your guest just say that the only reason Maduro has been extracted from Venezuela is because the feds had the evidence for the indictments. Feds always have the evidence for indictments. So if that's the case, those 96 charges from Jack Smith, the feds had the evidence on Donald J. Trump.
Well, what happened?
He ran. What's that?
What happened? How come he's not in jail? And he's the president of the United States.
Because you can't put a president of the United States in jail under federal charges. That is the rule. And the two states that had...
Listen, wait a minute. Let me finish. You don't think if there were any of those that could have stuck, there would have been some Democratic caucus somewhere spending a whole lot of money, lobbyist cash, whatever, hiring the most high-profile law firm in the country to bring this guy down because they knew going into this election they had no chance. Either with Biden or Kamala Harris. You don't think that they would have done it if they would have had a surefire opportunity? There wasn't an opportunity. He outsmarted them in every legal move possible, every courtroom appearance. His lawyers are the reason why this guy is the president of the United States. Not the people that vote him in office. That's a given. It's his legal team that has given him this opportunity.
I agree with you 1,000%. It's his legal team, and that's our justice system. But the bottom line is, when you hear the phone calls to Georgia, when you see him, and here's another thing. I've been listening to KDKA since 5:30 this morning, and I haven't heard January 6th brought up one time.
Well, can I tell you something? That was my plan for the final hour, and I was going to say, what have we learned since January 6th, the most horrific day 5 years later in our country's history? So I had planned on it, but if you want to say something about it now, feel free.
I'm just saying that we are a disposable country, and we got the memory of a tree shrew. Seriously, 3 days later, we're worried about Taylor Swift, whether she got a #1 album or not. Are you freaking kidding me? This is unbelievable. Listen.
I got to tell you, I got a bunch of folks that want to call. I got John in Ohio who's been waiting. I want to get to him, but I just want to ask you this. Tell me how you can be at home since 5:30 this morning and listen to KDKA. You must have had a great financial planner. I would love to be able to sit home all day and listen to the radio. How have you been able to do that? Where'd you strike it rich at?
Well, it ain't. Listen, I worked my behind off. I spent 30 years at -7 degrees through the winters out on the construction sites, and I had two different careers. You know, I had finance for 15 years and construction.
Right.
But the bottom line is that I worked my behind off. But I'm 66, so, you know, I got to retire a few years ago, and, you know, things
Well, listen, here's the thing I admire about you. You still care about America, and we got to the root of that the other night because of your heritage, and I admire you more now than ever, but I appreciate someone who cares enough about America, because it doesn't always necessarily work your way to where you get pushed back, but you keep coming back because you love this country, and I commend you for that.
Let me say one last thing. You know, I've lived in 7 states and 2 countries, and I actually called my friends yesterday. I lived up in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, worked up there, energy, and I called them and I said, listen, what's going on down here? And, you know, I hear people say, you know, going to leave the country, this, that, and the other, but I'm truly considering this. And here's what they said to me. Just so you know, Craig, we're not as fond as Americans as we were when you were up here the last time. Just so you know that.
Well, I think Prime Minister Carney's made that clear. I appreciate you. Thank you. Have a safe night.
All right. Thank you, Rob.
All right, man. Okay, the number to dial to be on the show, 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. All right, who's up next? I believe it's John in Ohio. Hey, John, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Good to have you on KDKA.
Not very good. I'm kind of morose about the obviously aggression by the United States right this moment. There's a good article on globalresearch.ca called "The Peace Plan." The Peace President, and that's in italics, goes to war, and it's by a former top cabinet official in the right-wing Reagan administration. He eventually grew a conscience and resigned because he couldn't stand the confrontational aggression and total militaristic policies of the Reagan administration. Now he's writing articles for globalresearch.ca, and he says that it's totally phony. President Trump's pretense of being a peace president, that should be obvious to any child now, and that the narco charges against Venezuela are just a typical cover pretext for looting Venezuelan resources, just as they were used against Iraq and other countries, Saddam Hussein, and also Syria. The phony weapons charges were proven false, and that they were being used again for the same purpose. It's just the same corny pretext that they know the existing corporate media will not really question, because they support these types of wars for aggression and imperialism, and for the last 100 years and most of my life, I've noticed how the media has always, at the beginning years of a war, before people have had a chance to question the lies and expose the lies, has peddled faithfully and loyally, slavishly, these kinds of pretext, phony pretext for war. And it's really dangerous, because this phony Nobel Peace Prize aspirant, that's a ridiculous, it's outrageous. While he calls for annexing Canada, Greenland, and the oil of kidnapping the head of state, and brazenly calling for the stealing of the oil of Venezuela.
All right, John, I got to get to a break. I'll give you a minute to wrap it up. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's typical of his choices of friends that he has appointed to his cabinet in the first administration. John and Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo was his director of the CIA, and he bragged that the CIA, when he was director of the CIA, lied, cheated, and stole. And he said they even gave courses in lying, cheating, and stealing. You can look that up by Mike Pompeo and his top advisor.
All right, John, I got to cut you off, buddy. I got to cut you off. I got to get to a break. I got people waiting. Call again. Good stuff. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack. Back with your phone calls next.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar, Lose the Weight or Stop Smoking, only $59.99. Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, phones heating up here, 866-391-1020. Also going to talk about that permit decision to make it seamless. First day on the job, Corey O'Connor. I have a lot of friends in the contracting business. They're going to love that, and it needs to get done so we can get building again. 866-391-1020. But right now, we're talking about Venezuela, and does the United States have the right to do what they're doing? Hey, 50 million barrels? Are you kidding me? President talking earlier that they will be under the direction of American companies with deciding where the profits go. It's about time we start getting some pride back in America. 866-391-1020, and here is TJ. Hey, TJ.
Hey, that's what Venezuela gets for dropping off. Remember, Trump was trying to tell you and me and everybody in the country, and I was listening to him, and I believe him, that Venezuela was dumping all of their prisoners, all their criminals, and putting them in the United States.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Trump, and plus Venezuela, you guys need to talk about who was talking to China, was talking to Venezuela. They have connections with Russia. No, the other countries were going to use Venezuela as a tool to come after America. They were poisoning hundreds of thousands of Americans with
fentanyl and bringing drugs in here. That's a war right there. There's where the war started. Whenever they started, they didn't have to fight us on the battlefield. They were just shipping all these drugs here that they knew were going to kill all these Americans. No, every single Venezuelan, it's not just in Venezuela, but every single Venezuelan in America, 100% of them would vote for Donald Trump. The only people that are against what Trump did in Venezuela are the Democrat Party, the people that really hate Trump with all the vitriol they have in their heart, the hatred they have for. That's the only people that are against Trump from what he did in Venezuela. And all the other things, what he did as far as going over to, where was it at? Nigeria. That was a good thing to do that. That was a good thing to take out ICE. Oh, he shouldn't have did that.
Well, listen, the bottom line is the people of Venezuela who have now been displaced and living in this country, they're dancing in the streets in Miami and other places in this country. People in Venezuela are singing the praises of the president. They didn't want this guy in office, okay? So whether it was right, wrong, and different, he was not loved in Venezuela. And there is nobody losing sleep over this guy being behind bars. TJ, thanks. All right, let's get to Florida and say hi to Cynthia. She joins us now on KDKA. Hey, Cynthia.
I would much rather talk to you about vacuum cleaners.
Well, so what do you think of that story of mine? Now, come on, I got an issue. I can't help it.
But don't cut me, because I need to talk to you about Marco Rubio.
Yeah, I'm not going to cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay. I had a Kirby years ago with the light on it, but I hurt my back, so I couldn't use it anymore. I had to sell it. I had 4 Oric vacuums, and one on each floor.
Wow.
And
my hero.
When we moved, though, my husband was like, "Okay, we don't have steps anymore, so we have to get rid of all those." So I did.
Listen,
he has a Dyson with no cord on it. It's like a toy to him.
That's a Cadillac, man. That's the best of the best. But you know what? I still believe, and I miss it. I mean, the old canister Hoover that we had as a kid growing up.
That was a good vacuum.
And my grandmother would drag it around the house. And, you know, they had carpet and hardwood floors, so you had to give it into the hardwood floor, into the corner and what have you.
And you could adjust the height.
But I will tell you I will tell you my biggest fear, because I've actually lost a couple of friends who sadly fell backwards down their basement steps over the last couple of years, and one was a relative. But I have a big fear of like sweeping steps and taking one step at a time and going backwards.
Get a hand canister. Get a hand canister. I still have my Oric hand canister.
You know, that's a good idea. That is a good idea.
But I also have an Oric. It's called an Orbiter. I can clean the carpets with that. I have a brush that I can clean our marble floors here. I love that thing, so I use that. And I still have a rainbow vacuum.
Oh my goodness!
And that has a canister.
That's high end. That's high. I met the Hey, real quick, I met the representative at the Home and Garden Show. I must have talked to him for an hour. So fascinating. But, you know, I will tell you one thing. I have a Dirt Devil. I love it.
Okay. I have a little Dirt Devil for my automobile, and I can plug into the the little...
cigarette lighter. I love it. All right, get to your Marco Rubio stuff. Go.
You can't vote for Marco Rubio.
I like him.
Listen. Okay, I have to go back to something that I was talking to you about last night pertaining to my husband. I detest cocaine dealers. His brother was he was the Scarface of Miami. Marco Rubio lived with him. He knew what he was doing. He worked for his little pet selling company. He knew his brother was the Scarface of Florida.
I've never heard that, but I'll take your word for it. But I've never heard it. But maybe this is the reason why he's against it so much now.
No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. You know what? He will turn Cuba back to the debauchery that Cuba was like before, when Batista was in power. But I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to go back to what I was talking about last night. When the DEA sent a guy into my husband's office to try to entrap him, this guy, my husband didn't know it. He was a cocaine addict. It came out later in the court when they tried to concoct a case against my husband for writing 6 prescriptions. One of them was to this guy. This guy came in, he was wired on his back.
Right.
My husband wanted to examine him. And he was addicted to drugs because he had had a prior back injury. He had to go into the bathroom, take the wire off. My husband gave him a small number of pills, not OxyContin. I think it was Percodan or something.
Right,
something
right.
like that.
Percocet.
So he ran in the bathroom, took the wire off. My husband gave him a small, thing, and they tried to get him to rehab, but he couldn't afford it. He came back. He had a wire on under his hat. And my husband said, I don't think you're going to be compliant, and I can't get you into rehab, so I can't write you another prescription. That guy ran out of my husband's office, and this is all a matter of court record, stole a prescription pad. My husband called the police on him. I detest people who sell drugs, cocaine. That was Marco Rubio's brother-in-law who served time in prison. But Marco Rubio lived there. He knew this was happening. And one of the Spanish stations, after he became popular in Florida, and he was already elected, they questioned him about that. He got bent out of shape. The drugs that are coming out of Latin America are shipped through the CIA into this country.
All
Marco
right.
Rubio will participate in this again, brother. I'm telling you.
All right. I appreciate you. Stay safe. And listen, I'm going to tell you something real quick, one more time before I go to break. I knew your husband, and everything that people said about him, he was just a really decent human being.
He was more near a saint than anybody. And I miss him terribly.
I bet.
This is why I hate drugs.
Hey, I got to tell you something. I've never met a woman who would stand up for me 20, 30 years after I died. So he was lucky to have. He was lucky to have you, Cynthia.
I'll never forget him.
All right. Hey,
Thanks,
have a good night. All right, good stuff. Listen, Cynthia and I go way, way, way back. And, we don't always agree. But, I get messages throughout the day from all these listeners. Believe me, it doesn't end here on the show. Because, hey, and I respond as best I can. They get me through Facebook, social media, what have you. They're what made me. And I engage in conversation, and they make me smarter than I really am. So it's all good. We don't have to agree. It's a great platform. I'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert.
And one of the things that you've heard a lot about, especially toward the second half of last year, is changes in the healthcare world. CEO of MediConnect, we know him very well, Lance O'Brien.
Things get really, really difficult for some people. So who's being impacted the most? One is early retirees, and usually your middle class.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Roofing Company.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel, January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. There's exclusive discounts and convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets and details at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Venezuelans in the U.S. continue to celebrate the capture of dictator Nicolas Maduro by American troops on Saturday. Many Venezuelans live in Doral, Florida. CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel spoke with some of them.
If the White House thinks Venezuelans like these will be heading back once their country is stabilized, that's not what we heard.
Do you think your nephew will have a brighter future in America, or is it now potentially Venezuela?
His future is here, he told me. Just outside, we noticed a group still waving flags of celebration. And when it comes to who should lead Venezuela next, there's only one answer we heard.
To me, it is unquestionable, should be Maria Corina.
That man was talking about the opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado, who spoke with Tony about the current interim president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez.
Everybody in Venezuela and abroad knows perfectly who she is and the role she has played. She was sanctioned by the United States government because of the corruption and all the involvement she has in criminal activities.
Democratic leaders marked 5 years since the deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol when insurrectionists tried to overturn the 2020 election. Here's Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Let us never mince words about what happened again. Those who try to lie about it, those who try to make up myths about it, we're not there. We were.
Schumer called President Trump a, quote, low and malicious human being for blaming law enforcement for the violence on January 6th. The trial of one of two police officers criminally charged in connection with the 2022 school shooting in Uvalde, Texas began today. CBS's Jason Allen reports from Corpus Christi, Texas.
Prosecutors, in a very short but emotional opening statement, said that Adrian Gonzalez remained where he was while teachers and other people acted to try to protect students that day. Whereas his defense team said it was a chaotic, confusing situation that even in the beginning, they said no one would have immediately recognized as a school shooting. They say Gonzalez did what he could with the information that he had at the time.
The S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed at record highs today. PNC Financial Services chief economist Gus Fauché says investors are showing love for the tech sector.
Investors are feeling confident about the outlook for the U.S. economy and for corporate profits in particular. And today we saw a lot of growth in tech stocks in particular.
The Dow ended the day up 1%. This is CBS News.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EVENT. Code EVENT.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
A South Korean automaker is sending a new generation of robots to its factories. CBS News business reporter Jason Brooks has that.
Hyundai unveiled the Atlas robot, which is being built by company-owned Boston Dynamics, with the humanoid robot slated to begin working alongside human factory workers in 2028. Hyundai says the Atlas will handle hazardous and repetitive manufacturing tasks while assisting human co-workers. Atlas robots will initially be deployed at Hyundai's factory in Alabama in 2028, with plans to begin producing 30,000 of the robots a year.
Tesla is now working on its third generation of its Optimus humanoid robot. Actress Nicole Kidman and singer Keith Urban are now divorced and legally single. A judge in Nashville dissolved their 19-year marriage on Tuesday. Kidman filed for divorce in September, citing, quote, marital difficulties and irreconcilable differences. They have 2 teenage daughters who will live with Kidman. Christopher Cruz, CB.
Do you obey? The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A bit of rain and drizzle tonight, the low in the upper 30s, mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow, high 43. Dry tomorrow night down to 33, and then sun giving way to clouds Thursday, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm John Fierk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, I want to just wish everyone of the Orthodox faith a very Merry Christmas, Christmas Eve tonight, Christmas Day tomorrow, of course, the weekend between, and a happy and blessed New Year. So, you know, it's ironic. I was home last night running that vacuum cleaner around midnight, and I kind of stopped in the living room and I looked up on the mantle, and there's that picture of my grandmother that I'm so proud to have, a young woman. Years before all of the hard work, literally beat her body down by working 2 and 3 jobs at a time, being a single woman, raising her kids and grandkids, and just trying to give us some sort of a life, you know, those Sunday dinners and holidays, and she always put her family first. But also there was a thing that she introduced me to when I was very young, and we carry that tradition today, well, at least I used to when I was with my children, is leaving that tree up until this holiday would come and go. My grandmother would always do that. As a matter of fact, it would be there until like the 14th of January because she just appreciated everybody celebrating. And, you know, whether it is Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or obviously Orthodox Christmas, I'm a big believer that you only get a few chances to dance around that Tannenbaum, that Christmas tree, or that menorah to be able to celebrate these incredible holidays with your family. And, you know, I know it's a lot of work and people do a lot of heavy lifting, but I just got to take you back, if I can, to many years ago in the community of Midland, Pennsylvania. I was dating a woman at the time, a really nice family, Italian family, traditional family, but they had different friends and family members in their inner circle that would celebrate the Orthodox Christmas and had a beautiful church that celebrated as well. Still kind of connected to it from afar now, not as much as I once was, but it always fascinated me. And some of the things they would put straw like on the kitchen floor, put the dime in the loaf of bread, all sorts of incredible things. And I have some very good friends, the Baralamas family, who is getting ready to celebrate at the Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Church in Ambridge. So, look, I'm just a big fan of families and celebrations. And one of the things that I can tell you, and if any of you still celebrate it, hey, feel free, jump in here. You want to talk about it, you're more than welcome to. But, you know, we got a nice presence over the hill in Carnegie, obviously more than that church alone in Ambridge. We have another one in Aliquippa. It's what I noticed with the young people that are still helping family members celebrate that, and they're practicing members of the Orthodox faith. And I'm a traditional, you know, Catholic from that diocese of Pittsburgh that I love. But I will say this, the young people who are members of the Orthodox faith, man, they're all in. You know, Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox has that major festival every year. Connie Baralamas, just a good family. Her father, they have that Bar Rooney Bar on Duss Avenue in Ambridge. They know how to do it. They know what family's about. They know what faith and worship is about. And man, do they know food. You know, I must tell you, I think of some of those early memories of when I was in my early 20s in Midland, and the people that were really hardcore in celebrating it, you know, with the alcohol content, the Shlivovitz, if you will. that could take rust off of a bumper of an automobile. But here's the other thing. Myron Sanovich, an attorney from Beaver County, grew up on a farm, and they raised pigs. And he told me this story once that when he was a kid, leading up to this holiday, that was the thing. You know, these families would go get a whole pig, and then they would roast a pig going into Christmas, like Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. And he said you would drive all the way up and down Midland Avenue in Midland, and everybody in their backyard had a pig on a spit. And it was pork. Delicious pork for days. And I don't know. I find all that fascinating. You know, maybe I'm a dreamer at heart. You know, when I was a little kid growing up, I used to think that nobody ever died during the holidays, right? Everybody got, you know, a second chance, got a little longer to live. Everybody had joy and happiness. And obviously I found out that that was not true. But I just hope wherever you are, if you're continuing to celebrate that tradition and you're doing some of the things like those hardcore folks used to do back in the day, straw on the kitchen floor. I mean, I thought that was really cool, obviously to signify the manger and that dime in the bread. And I'd be the knucklehead at the table and say, well, couldn't you chip a tooth doing that? You know, it's just like, come on, Rob, just let it be. Why do you have to be so inquisitive? But the pork and all the different food, and look, if you do things in moderation, or if you're in walking distance to your aunt or uncles or grandparents and you have a couple of adult beverages, nobody's getting hurt, okay? That's what life's all about. You only go around once, so live it up. And I must tell you, as I was looking at my grandmother, because she really made me practice this whole idea of celebrating and getting the most out of Christmas, because she just absolutely loved Christmas and everything it stood for. And honestly, as a kid growing up, we probably wouldn't have had the holidays that we had if it wasn't for her doing all those jobs. And right now in January, she was asking my mom to pick her up to take her to G.C. Murphy's, Montgomery Ward's, Penny, Sears, to get all the bargains. And she would actually buy toys and present and start stashing them in her 2-bedroom apartment, or when she lived in this huge house in New Brighton, so she could save money, but already thinking about next year, she'd go, you know, give me a call and say, hey, can you take me down to the 5 and 10? They got a sale on, you know, Christmas wrapping paper and stuff. So she was just a big believer in it. And she used to love, because it started to slow down once we got to Orthodox Christmas, that she could have coffee and sit by that tree and just enjoy it. And to this day, you know, I have one little decoration I put up this year, a little a blow mold of a snowman, and that's the only thing I put up this year. And she would be so disappointed in me, but, you know, it is what it is. When you're single and you're working pretty much around the clock and your kids are grown and on their own, it's not like it was the old days when we were filling up the local fire hall with family and friends and celebrating into the wee hours, either at my grandmother's or at my parents' house. So, you know, those days are gone, but little things kind of trigger memories. And I was looking at her face last night, and I have a street light that kind of comes through these Venetian blinds, and it was dark except for that light and on my grandmother's face, and it was like she was there, like talking to me, and I was talking to her. And I just said, yeah, tomorrow's Christmas Eve, Graham. And I just envision her smiling, because she would get out a plate of cookies, we'd have some coffee, and, you know, even if it was a school night, somehow, some way, I found a way to celebrate that with her. And she would say this every year to me. Every single year. I would see her like the day before, the Sunday after, or what would be like New Year's for them. And she'd say, you know, go figure. They have all the luck. And I go, what do you mean? And I would say the same thing every year. And she'd say, because they have snow. They always have snow for Christmas. They always have snow for Christmas. Although this year it's kind of melted, but we had our share of snow. But anyway, I didn't want the night to go by, and tomorrow obviously being Christmas Day, without taking time to wish all of my friends, and I have many of the Orthodox faith who are celebrating Christmas. You know, that Yule log that they burn, and I've had many of the priests on, and we've talked about it in the past, and I've gone and visited these various churches and done videos, and I just don't have time to even breathe anymore. My schedule is just overwhelmed. But it's a special day. And you know, it's like the Serbian Club in Midland. They have one in Aliquippa. These places are incredible. I mean, I wish we had one in Beaver County. And I think they had one in Freedom for a long time as well, too. I don't know if it's still there. But these places were built by these immigrants who came through Ellis Island and went to work in the steel mill, and I mean worked hard. And they would find time to build a place to worship, a church, and they would build a social hall. So Midland still has a beautiful Serbian club. I've only been in there a couple of times, but Always a good time to go in and have a little bump in a beer and get caught up with some good people that love practicing their faith. And it would not be a Rob Pratt show during this time of the year if I wouldn't take time to wish all of my friends of the Orthodox faith a very Merry Christmas. All right, we have a lot of stuff to get to on the other side. Give you a chance to phone in and express your opinion. If you have something on your mind, you want to jump in the queue now, number to dial is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. It's a Tuesday night. It's Orthodox Christmas Eve. KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Merry Christmas, folks.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
If you ask enough people, how are you? You'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams.
For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit.
People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way.
So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at petitekitchens.com.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know what I think would be a good pizza for this game? You go to Coons Market, you pick up a pizza, get some Isley's Chip Chopped Ham. Nobody's done this. You know, they put meatballs on pizza, they put pineapple on pizza, but a real Pittsburgh pizza. Anybody wants to use it, feel free. Get to Coons Market, get one of our pizzas. All you got to do is put it in the oven, right? And get some Isley's Chip Chopped Ham and put it on top of that pizza. Now, that would be a delicious pizza. I mean, I think about all the different ways. You know, every time I go to Coons Market, I think of Isley's, I think of Silver Star, I think of all of these great deli treats, you know, loading up for the big game. Man, we're all prepared. We can't wait to see each and every one of you. But, I mean, Iron City Beer, Isley's Chip Top Ham, Silver Star hot dogs. You could make it like a just total Pittsburgh party. Nothing like football. And the holidays, I'm telling you, when the Steelers win, as I said yesterday, if you'd have seen me in my house Sunday night, I'm literally on fumes because I'm doing a bunch of videos, kind of wrapping up the day, tying in the Black and Gold Sunday show, brought to you by the good folks at Coons Market. And I'm like depressed. I mean, I'm shutting the TV off. I'm like, how could you lose? What did you do? This, that, whatever. All of a sudden I went, it's no good. They won. I was running up and down my stairs, shouting. My neighbors probably thought, what is that guy doing? It was so exciting. And the first thing I thought of wasn't about Houston. It wasn't about the big game. It wasn't about the next game. It was about selling more groceries. That's all I was thinking about. More groceries. Nothing like a little tailgate in January to put a smile on your face. All right, here's Randy in Freedom. Hey, Randy.
Hi, Rob. How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good, thanks. Hey, I'd like to say back to you, Merry Christmas.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
You're very welcome. Even though December 25th is my main Christmas, on my dad's side, my grandmother, she was of Ukrainian descent. And unfortunately, I never knew her, but we have always honored that as well. And we've kept our tree up right through January 7th, and certainly observe it as well. And I think it's a very important holiday. And I actually went to the grocery store. I just come out of the store and turned you on and heard you mentioning that. And I got to tell you, I look around tonight being Christmas Eve, as you said, and also 12th night. And it just does my heart good to see all the lights that are still on celebrating Christmas.
Yeah, listen, man. Listen, the world is too much of a downer. We need more celebration.
Oh, I agree, sir. I agree. It represents something so peaceful when you see that. And that's what Christmas is all about, anyway.
Listen, I got to ask you. Okay, turn your radio down, please.
Oh, it's off.
Okay, I don't know why I'm getting feedback, but I'm getting some sort of feedback from you. Anyway.
Oh, you know what? Maybe because I'm charging my phone. Let me unplug that.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Okay. So anyway, is there a Serbian club in Freedom? I used to date a girl from Freedom, and I could have swore there was a Serbian club in Freedom at one time.
You know what? I am not sure. The only club I know of down there for sure is the Federation of Eagles. But wait a minute. That's right. You know what? Maybe there is a Serbian club down right across from the fire station. It's not. Since I live in New Sewickley, I couldn't say it for sure, but it's a Freedom address.
Well, I know there's a Sons of Italy, and I think they actually stay open a little bit later than the one where I live. I'd like to get over there one night. But I got to ask you about the Eagles. And funny, I was driving down 65 coming to work today, and my grandfather used to have an antique store when Freedom actually had a downtown on both sides of the street. Then obviously the highway went in the early 60s and it disappeared. But I was looking at that building tonight, and I'm fascinated by architecture. Has that building always been just that? And do they have apartments up on top of that? Or what's all in that building? Have you ever been in there?
I've never been in there, but I do know that ever since I was a small child, that's the building it's been in. And I think they may have kind of redone the face of it a little bit to kind of make it a little more modern technology. But there are apartment buildings above that, that's for sure. And then 2 doors down where there's nothing now used to be a bank, and that got torn down in about 20 years ago or so, maybe 25. But yeah, unfortunately, Freedom having only one side of the business street right now, it's a shame whenever we see buildings coming down, but thank goodness for the Victory House being saved all those years ago.
Yep. Hey, listen, let me give you some exciting news about Freedom, and I don't know if you know this or not. And, obviously, the legendary Valvoline, which is still along the river /Rochester/Freedom. But back in the day when I was a kid, that was like the major industry in Freedom. But here's some good news for you. I don't know if you're aware of this, but, I'm a big fan of the railroad and absolutely love it going back to my childhood. But I don't know if you've heard, but Union Pacific, the transcontinental railroad that they are, one of the biggest at Behemoth, is about ready to ink a deal with the Great Norfolk Southern. And that's only going to add, at one time, the largest push-button rail yard in the country, but it's only going to add more jobs to what was once the Pennsylvania Railroad turned into Penn Central, then it turned into Conrail, and it's been under the hands of Norfolk Southern. So that's a really exciting piece of news, wouldn't you think?
I agree with you, and I actually did not know that, but yeah, I'm glad to hear it because, I did know the Conrail used to be the biggest, as you said, yard in the world, I believe, and so it's good to see. And I've always loved railroads too, and trains. So I'm right with you on that. And I hope it goes through well, and I hope it helps some growth out down there.
Well, listen.
By the way, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rob.
No, finish your thought.
I was just going to say, it just amazes me sometimes the similarities that you bring up between you and myself. You mentioned Freedom Valvoline. Well, my dad retired from Valvoline.
Great place. Great place.
Yeah, it was. He was there when it was a refinery, and by the time he retired, unfortunately, they don't refine anymore. But that was like 20 years ago he passed away. But, it was just a packing plant, but at least they're still there.
Well, know this, freedom's near and dear to my heart, as most of these little communities are in western Pennsylvania. And whenever I think of freedom, I think of hot summer nights. And I remember sitting with this girl on her front porch and the clanging and the banging and all the noise. And I'd say to her and her family, how do you put up with this? And they'd say, oh, you'll get used to it. And literally, before that summer was over, one day I was taking a shower there doing something, and I went, I don't hear the trains anymore. In other words, I had to actually listen for them. So I guess, it's a sound of progress, but more importantly, there's something so relaxing on a hot summer night, and I haven't done it in years, but I would go along, one of the streets and sit on those benches and just watch that railroad work on a hot summer night, and I find it very peaceful and joyful. So sometimes sounds can make you happy, can they not?
It definitely, that's for sure, because I live out the valley, like I say, New Sewickley, but even out there, because I'm out the valley, I can hear those trains squeaking sometimes and bumping, and it's pleasant to listen to. I agree with you, Rob.
Hey,
I agree with you.
So you retired?
I'll let you go, but
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you retired now?
Whom? No, I'm nowhere near retirement. No.
What do you do for a living? What do you do?
Well, right now I'm working at department store retail at the moment.
Nothing wrong with that.
I enjoy it. I enjoy working with people, and like I say, I'm looking forward to having some more years of productivity before I retire. And speaking of which, I know you got a birthday coming. I want to say happy birthday, but I hope you're not retiring anytime soon either.
Listen, if I still had my kids around when they were small, I probably would have done it, but they're grown now, and they were the only reason that I had any kind of life at one time, and now they've got a life of their own. So, this is my life. This is what I do. I mean, I don't know where it's going to go or how it's going to end, but I'll be in some form of communicating till probably my last breath. I really enjoy a lot of the social media stuff I do, and right now I do it to promote what I'm doing here because this has been my bread and butter, and I'm just so fortunate to still be able to do it. And I could have retired, a handful of years ago, but I actually still like getting up and going to work. I mean, I really enjoy going to work. And I must tell you, I love the grocery industry. And it's one of the reasons why, because of people like Joe Dentisi and the CEO there, Jody Zima, and, Frank, obviously, and the rest of the family. I just, every day I get up, I love looking at the ad, what's on sale. I love going into the location in Hopewell, and I don't know. It's little things that put a smile on my face. I was never anybody that needed a lot. I just like little things. And, little things in your life can make a big difference. Like you driving home tonight, noticing the lights on, and me talking about Orthodox Christmas Eve. It's little things that connect us, right?
Absolutely. And that's what gives you pleasure. And like you say, that's what counts. And like I said, what gives you peace and happiness. And that includes enjoying getting up and going to work. If you enjoy it, then why not?
Amen. Listen, a big night for me would start off at the Eagles and Freedom, then go to the SOI. And if the Serbian Club still exists, maybe having one there and having someone drive me home. And that would be a big night out for me.
Yeah, and I'll check into that too, by the way, Rob. If I find out there is a Serbian Club down there, next time I call, I'll let you know.
All right, man. I appreciate you. Hey, have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Listen, anybody live in Freedom, I'm sure, I'm almost positive that they do have a Serbian club there, because I remember it was in the back of the house of this woman that I used to date, and, actually is my son Tyler's mother, and it was just a really cool place. But I remember when I would leave her house at all hours of the night, as you do when you're courting someone, right? This place was like packed. I mean, the music was loud. Look, I'm telling you, in another life, if I could go back and do it all over again, I'd have bought the bar down the street, that little neighborhood corner bar. Obviously, owning a bar now is a whole together different story. But it's just so... I had a neighbor who owned a bar, and I would watch him, leave at around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, come home for dinner, and then 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, he would be pulling in the driveway. So and honestly, I could be in a bar all day serving people, talking to people, getting to know your regulars. You get a chance to watch the news, the sports. You get to read the paper. I mean, it's hard work. But if you have a bar that people show up, especially a community bar where people can walk as opposed to drive, that's a good thing. All right, let me get to a break. We got the news coming up, and then we're going to come back and spend a little bit of time with you in just a little bit. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Alonzo. Alonzo just sent me a note. It's the Croatian Club. That's what it is. It's the Croatian Club. So the Croatian club does exist. Serbian club, Midland, and Aliquippa, and I'm sure there's one in many more neighborhoods too. So thank you to that caller. It is the Crow Club. All right, stay with us. News coming up next on KDKA with your Pratt Pack.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we feature St. LaSalle Catholic High School in Mount Lebanon. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
CBS News Brief with Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro in U.S. custody. What's next for the oil-rich nation? CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel spoke with opposition leader Maria Corina Machado.
This is a major step towards restoring prosperity and rule of law and democracy in Venezuela.
Pamela Hemphill told a House Democratic hearing today about the January 6 Capitol riot 5 years after it happened. She's the only one of more than 1,500 people pardoned by President Trump who refused the clemency.
To me, taking a pardon would be a slap in the Capitol Police's face. It was wrong that day. And you don't take a pardon for when you broke the law.
The trial of former Uvalde Schools police officer Adrian Gonzalez began today. CBS's Jason Allen in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Gonzalez is facing 29 counts of child abandonment or endangerment. He could face up to 2 years in jail if he's convicted on any one of those.
CBS News Brief.
The Hybrid Operating Room, the most sophisticated surgical environment in medicine. Bob Pompiani here. At Independence Health System, the Hybrid OR opens new horizons in minimally invasive surgery for patients needing aortic valve replacement or treatment of cardiac artery disease. Its technology allows for shorter procedures, reduced post-operative recovery time, and less risk for complications. All of this is placed in the hands of some of the region's most accomplished heart and vascular specialists. Independence Health System, expert care. Here.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A little bit of rain and drizzle for tonight. The low in the upper 30s. Mostly cloudy, breezy tomorrow. High 43. Patchy clouds tomorrow night, low 33. And then sun giving way to some clouds Thursday, high 52. More rain possible Friday. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard from the Big K Morning Show. Join us tomorrow, 5:30 until 10. In our 7 o'clock hour, we'll connect with Rich Fitzgerald, find out what's happening in 2026 around the region.
You know, I just got a text and returned a text to Father Tim from St. Mary's Ukrainian Orthodox Church in the Rocks. And I do want to take some time to talk about a very serious subject. And we've got some of these Ukrainian churches close by, Carnegie, Ambridge, they're everywhere. Horrible what's going on in Ukraine right now. And I just want you to know that I know this is a time to celebrate, but you are all in my thoughts and prayers. And I've said this before. We need to do everything humanly possible. We need to just shut out the noise as far as what we're hearing or allegedly believing that's going on with the Zelensky regime, his government, his administration, all of that stuff. And we need to keep our focus on what matters most, and it's the innocent lives that are being taken every day because of Vladimir Putin's invading army. And I got to believe that if the Russian people had their way and if they knew the truth, this thing would be over sooner than later. But, we sit here in this country and, we complain about things that affect us, and I get it and I respect that. But, we're not going through what they're going through in Ukraine right now. And they're the good guys, okay? Just so you're aware of that. And I know there's been talk about why do we keep sending funding and why do we do this and why do we do that. Listen, if this was happening in our country, I would pray that we would have someone who would help us like we're helping Ukraine. Because it's the good fight. It's the right side to be on. And I know this holiday is important to people of the Ukrainian faith. And I told you that, this is a major holiday. And it's rough. It's really rough. And I've never been torn. And there have been people trying to make, me understand that, there's more to this than you think, and possible corruption, and money's disappeared, and we don't have the money here, let alone being, siphoned over there and sending equipment and weapons. Nonsense. These 44 million, which the numbers are quite low now compared to what they were when this war broke out. That's how many people have lost their lives senselessly, and they're not all soldiers. But when those 120,000 troops years ago were on the border, and I told all of you they were going to go in, and many of you pushed back and said, no. Well, they have. And I believe that Vladimir Putin will never stop, because he knows if he does, his government, his regime is over. And I'm telling you right now, if we all sit on our hands and let this thing continue to go in the direction it's going in, and Russia finds a way to win this war, it's going to be bad for all of us. And again, President Trump, what went down in Venezuela? You had somebody who was fueling that war by sending oil to Putin. So I just want you to look at the big picture, and please keep the folks from Ukraine in your thoughts and prayers. It would mean a lot to me. All right, look, while we're on this kind of melancholy topic, let's just kind of spend a little bit more time, because it is a holiday. And, I kind of saved it for the last hour because we kind of ran the gambit tonight as far as all of our topics, and got a lot of good responses, had some great guests, had some lighthearted stuff too, getting ready for the big football game. But let me just tell you this. I even knew when I would be working all these hours, and I did for years, when I'd be going home like on a night like tonight, I couldn't wait to get home because, you'd see your family, your wife, your kids. You had a chance to see them before they'd fall into sleep, or you'd give them a bath or give them a treat, and you'd hear their laughter, and they were, a captive audience. They were too young to be out roaming the streets, and they were still too young to be affording to, have a job and live on their own. So you were their whole world. They would wait all day to see you. And there were some nights that I burnt the candle at both ends and in the middle. And do I regret it? Sometimes. But I also know they wouldn't have all the things that they did if I didn't work as hard as I did. But there was nothing better going home and seeing my children. And I think about them every day. I think about them every night. They're the first thing when my eyes open and the last thing when my eyes close at night. And I do not see them nowhere near enough, but I get it. I understand. And now I've kind of learned to get set in my ways, and I try to have other things that kind of, remove some of the thoughts and being sentimental and missing them. But I got to tell you, if you're out there right now and you have little ones and you are of the Orthodox faith, and this is something you used to do as a kid with your grandparents or parents, and maybe you haven't done it in a while, I beg of you to teach your children just a little bit. Make one recipe. Do something. Go to Coons Market, get some sauerkraut, get a pork, do whatever. Just tie them to this tradition just a little bit. And it's what I talk about, one of the reasons why we still do the Seven Fishes show. It's just to tie people to their traditions. And it's not just the Italian faith, but that show grows every year. Every year it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And I have more people coming up to me before, weeks after. Still today, I love the Fishes show. I'll go back and see some of my social media posts that we did that day, and there are thousands of views. Thousands. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, thousands of views. And, people, I just started shopping at Coons Market. I listened to the Fishes all these years, so I decided to go in. I have people in Beaver County come up to me all the time thanking me for the Hopewell store like I had something to do with it. I'll promote it, but it really was that family because they're local. They're your neighbors, right? And the thing I remember the most about Joe Dentisi was about tradition. I see it now in Jody and Frank and Patrice and Joey and that family, and a lot of it because of their mom and dad, like my mom and dad. My mother... And I've said this, none of my family members, I'm nothing to them. I'm just like their brother, their father, whatever, right? Relative. None of my family has really ever paid attention to me on the radio. When I did television for years, never. Network TV a few times, no. Never got any feedback. To this day, I would be shocked if my kids have ever listened to me for a full hour, let alone a full show. Doesn't mean they don't love me. I'm just dad, right? The only person that has ever really listened to me in my entire life, was my mother. And my mother used to wait for this Seven Fishes show. She thought it was the most ingenious thing ever. Now, her father was Sicilian, had a bit of that connection to Italy. But my mother loved conversation. She loved entertainment. She loved food. And she would get up hours before the show would start, get her cleaning done, get my dad what he needed to have done, make her coffee, and she would sit by the radio. And I used to think she was like, just because I'm her son, she was being nice. And then I started to hear from other family members, Mom would be like the night before, don't bother me tomorrow because I'm going to listen to this whole show. She loved it that much. And she always used to say to me, it's about tradition. I mean, here I am now, weeks away from turning 69. Little Robbie Pratt's going to be 69 years old, right? And I was thinking last night, running the sweeper at midnight, looking at my grandmother, thinking about why this holiday meant so much to her. Keeping the tree up, keeping traditions alive. There were certain things that she would do every Christmas. She used to get these, little foiled wrapper chocolate coins. Okay, and she'd hang them on her tree. That was like something the world would be like upside down, and she'd say, hey, I got to get those little foiled chocolate coins. Got to get them. She did that stuff, and it was about tradition. Certain ways that the manger under the tree or certain things, the cotton, all this stuff that we did, going to church, certain menu items, certain types of pies, all that stuff, important. And I, sadly, because when I was doing rather well, I could afford to buy the stuff, so we would kind of plug it in. My children's mother, was really big into, cooking and doing things. My dad loved salmon patties. I used to have them on Christmas Eve. The tradition was there. But sadly now, I'm single and have been for 15 years, and my kids are grown. A lot of this stuff we just don't do anymore. And I don't really decorate, or I don't do any of that stuff anymore. No more toy trains, none of that stuff, right? And I've learned to replace it just by doing other things, and time goes on, and that's what you do. But I'm hoping that somehow, some way, a little bit of that rubbed off on my children, what we did, and I'm sure it has, because I want them to have tradition. So I guess what I'm trying to tell you, if you are of the Orthodox faith, you go to a Ukrainian church, you go to a Greek Orthodox church, and this is your Christmas, okay? This is your Christmas Eve. You need to find time to embrace your kids in it. And the same thing goes for Kwanzaa and Hanukkah and Christmas. You need, and see, that's another thing that's happened in our country, and I can tie it all in. That's one of the reasons why we're so splintered and so fractured in this country. Think about the immigrants who came here with nothing. I mean, nothing. Just the hope to get enough to get a bite to eat would do 10 hours of work to get a loaf of bread, okay? But they kept their traditions alive. Like I told you earlier, Myron Sanovich, that farm, the pig roast, going down Midland Avenue on a night like tonight, every little house in the back, you could see the fire because they were roasting the pig. Now, I got to be honest with you. Most kids today, if you would tell them to build a fire in their backyard and roast a pig, they'd tell you to take a hike. They would. Those meals that our parents and grandparents used to make, they're getting like, microwave stuff. You got to get your family back into having dinner, cooking at home, something to make you want to come home, a reward at the end of the day. Families that cook together, eat together, stay together. There's nothing better than a buggy full of groceries to make everything right with the world. And if you can tie it into your tradition, even if you get your children standing on a little stepper to get up to the counter with you and to stand by you while you're making something that your grandmother or great-grandmother made from a old world recipe, I don't care what your nationality is, your heritage is. You got to do it. You got to do it. So if it is your holiday, make it a great holiday and continue to get young people involved. The only way these people that we loved, who helped us every step of the way stay alive, is by keeping those traditions alive with future generations. And I'm guilty of it too. So we all need to find a way to reconnect to the past so we can live in the present and have a better future. All right, we're going to come back and wrap up our night. Very interesting night, to say the least. It's your Pratt Pack on a Tuesday night. KDKA, good evening.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel, January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. There's exclusive discounts and convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets and details at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me finish up. Kind of a melancholy note, but I think it's worth mentioning. Just to kind of remind you, no matter how bad it is, it could be a whole lot worse. I've been following the death of Tatiana Schlossberg, the daughter of Caroline Kennedy, the grandchild of JFK. And I only mention that so right away it comes to mind who I'm talking about, right? Just so sad. They recently held a service, private funeral service, St. Ignatius Loyola on the Upper East Side of New York City. Happened on Monday. Her brother was there, her mother, and the two children, one that she recently gave birth to, are now going to be taken care of by Caroline, I'm sure. And Caroline and I are the exact same age. And I got to tell you, that's one of my biggest nightmares. I mean, that's one of the things that I fear the most. And I honestly don't know if I could go on. I know they say you do and you have to for others. But the fear of losing a child is one of the most devastating things. You know, even as I mentioned, you go through divorce, you get separated, your kids, you know, they're not with you as much as they used to be, but they're still here. They're a phone call away, a drive away, or whatever. You know that they're still breathing and they're on the right side of things, right? But to have your daughter, 35 years of age, and look, it's not just the Kennedys. It sadly could be happening to someone right now as we speak that's listening to this. And my prayers are with you if you are. But imagine having this beautiful family, a daughter, and you've been through all of this. You lost, you know, your father. You lost your uncle. The guy who really was the person that ran the family, Ted Kennedy, has since died of brain cancer years ago. Your brother's dead. I mean, he gets killed in a plane crash. I mean, horrible stuff. And, you know, your mother, you lose your mother, Jacqueline Kennedy, at a relatively young age. And now she's got to face this. And, you know, look, I've said a lot of things about Joe Biden and his lack of leadership, but he's a good man. And he was there, actually brought to tears. I mean, look, it's rough. It's horrible. And because of the connection, see, this is where I get frustrated with this world that we live in today. You know, I'm a Democrat, but I believe in what Donald Trump is doing to build back America. I really do. But what saddens me is the fact that we had boundaries back in the day to where we knew we could disagree, but we had to respect at all times, okay? My dad a Republican, my mom a Democrat. But they learned to really respect JFK. They both cried when he was assassinated. We live in a world today that's just totally different. You know, we had a president 2 times people tried to assassinate him, and the responses I got were not all for America or for our president. And that's sad. And I know the Kennedys have had issues, and there's gossip, and there's scandal, and Chappaquiddick, and Marilyn Monroe, and all that garbage that sells papers, and I get it. But we really have been connected to this family for years. I mean, for years. And this young woman dies at 35, and your mother, who's gone through all of that, you get this birth of this child, hope, future, and then you get the word that, you know, she's got terminal cancer. And all the money in the world can't save her. And then, sadly, the rift between the Schlossbergs, the Kennedy, and Robert Kennedy Jr. and his stance on vaccines and going over to the dark side, the Republican Party. It's just what you have to understand. Families fight. They don't agree. There's always something. And I really took this as my mantra. And I have 5 sisters. And when I was young, you know, we did our little sibling rivalry thing. But as I've gotten older, I always end by saying I love you, or I welcome them by saying I love you, because I realize now where I am in my life, and getting into an argument with my family, my sisters, it just isn't worth it. I did the same thing with my dad in the final few years of his life, where I knew he was wrong. Notice how I'm saying it now that he's gone because he can't come into the room and grab me. But I did it because I respected him. On the air, I think most of you can say you may not agree with me, but I treat you with respect because we need more of it. And I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, I don't care if you believe in the Kennedys or not. To see that picture of that family going through that heartache, and it could be any family, I would feel the same way. But no matter how bad things are, it can be worse. And honestly, I don't know how she's still upright. I mean, my parents have been gone 20 plus years, and I still think about them. My grandmother's been gone for 40 years, and I still think of her. You know, it's just the world is just, I don't know. It's full of too much anger, and we need to dial it down. We need to step back. And, you know, it's kind of ironic because I had a couple of things I was going to get to, and I wanted to talk more about Corey O'Connor's first day in office, and we'll get to all of that tomorrow. But, you know, I think of his father. Was just such a gentle giant and cared about people. And if you'd have seen him and how compassionate he was, and his mother, Judy, the salt of the earth, the best of the best, worked for Highmark, helping children who lost parents. I mean, she was just wonderful. And Father Terry, one of the most inspirational people, and Heidi with the charity, Bob O'Connor Foundation. They're just good people. And to see him today as a young man now kind of leading this city, I couldn't help but just embrace it. I couldn't help it but embrace it because it's something to just have hope in his 2 little children, his wife. And, you know, it gives you hope that there are some people in this world who are going to be visionaries, some people who are going to give us the guiding light. Look, even though it's been since 1963, I can tell you right now, if I'm in the quiet of my house, in the dark of night, and I'm getting ready to drift off to sleep, in an empty house with no ancillary noise but hearing my own heartbeat, if I think back to 1963 and that horse-drawn carriage and that sound, it takes me right back. And that black and white, her in that black veil, meaning the mother, a young Carolyn, and of course John Jr. saluting. It's like yesterday. And I know Camelot wasn't Camelot as we thought it was, but this tragedy is real. And I must tell you, I've gotten a lot of views, various social media things that I've done, but the views that I've gotten for Tatiana's death superseded anything I've ever done. Thousands of views. YouTube off the charts. And I read all the comment, one after another. And there were a few political comments in there that weren't so nice, but you got to expect that. But the majority of them, God bless her. Sending thoughts and prayers. Much respect for that family. Haven't they seen enough? Look, I don't care what any of you say. I don't know. I mean, uncle killed a pilot during World War II. Father assassinated, meaning John Kennedy. Brother assassinated. The other brother, Chappaquiddick, that horrific thing. Brought it on himself. Yes, but horrific. Jackie Kennedy dies very young, cancer. I mean, like a little bit older than me. Okay, she dies. And then John Jr., the future, everybody's thinking this is the next guy, speaks as a young man at the 88 convention, falls in love with a beautiful woman, does everything right, starts this magazine called George, just making a good appearance for young Americans to want to believe in democracy, okay? Wanting to get involved in public service, something that her grandfather, Carolyn's grandfather, Joe, said, look, I made the money, now you are all going to dedicate your life to public service. And whether you believe it or not, they pretty much have. Special Olympics, all the things that they've done, incredible. We'd be here all day. Listen, I'm plugged into the JFK Library. What they do there every day, it's absolutely amazing. And how you cannot feel pain for her, I don't know. And especially if you're of the same age, because this family, I don't know of any family that's gone through as much tragedy. And I'm sure you could maybe answer that in a different way, but I don't. But what was so wonderful and sad about this story at the same time was it was horrific, it was ugly. But that post that I did, it showed me that there's more compassion in this world than I thought there was. So because of her horrific death, and sad, I didn't want it to happen, nobody wanted it to happen, it still gave me hope that we must work together. We must stand side by side and help each other from close up or afar, whether we know each other or not. Right now, this country is going through so much, and people like Carolyn Kennedy Schlossberg and that family dealing with that, and this young woman writing this essay before she died, absolutely brilliant, when anybody else could have simply said, don't bother me. I don't want to be bothered by anyone. I'm angered at the whole world. She didn't do that. She had strength, even in that time of death. So the world is a very complicated place, and it has a lot of good, but it has a lot of bad. So live in the moment, embrace the good, and be compassionate, and at least try to have a